Hello, Craig. All right. Last time on Well Dressed Bones, our party was trying to deal with their reflections, most of whom were bitches, and as well as hunt down the now missing and kidnapped May. Um, we spent a lot of time with Andrea Barrow, Reflection May, and saw her perspective uh, on things, the way she lives her life, and some of the interesting, perhaps unknown connections with the larger plot, especially Jonas, going on with her, as well as sort of a little bit of a showdown between the Cals and a very nice. Very nice bonding between the fishes that started out uh, uh, aggro and immediately swung into like perhaps not entirely trustful, perhaps not entirely comfortable, but still like a certain amount of camaraderie when Fish uh, brought them to meet their dad and established them as sort of pseudo brothers. Um, yeah, no, really, really interesting, but our party now must face the fact that while May was investigating the magical artifact that had drawn them here, she found it to be a fake. And when she discovered this, she was captured by um, soldiers working under the Bayou Medical Company and for the Chinese government, who kidnapped her, as well as Jonas talking in her head. Um, as she was taken, we had a couple of nice scenes of a drugged May at Jonas's mercy, being monologued at and questioned and maybe sort of like tentatively invited to something. Lots of undertones. May potentially being recruited in some way. Um, but for reasons that are not yet clear to you necessarily, uh, May has been captured to give to another one of the triumvirate, and there's a little bit of a conflict because the abomination also wants to cut her apart and use her for parts. Um, but Jonas seems to be maybe sort of playing his own side, maybe have his own agenda that is not not the same as the others, as he chose to secretly wake May up and remove a piece of her blindfold so she could witness a little bit of conflict between himself and the abomination. Maybe to try to convince May to do something or make a certain choice, maybe to manipulate her in some way. Who knows? But we ended the session with the reveal that the Abomination's latest project is creating a strange hybrid using the pieces of Dr. Cho, who has been missing for a little while now, and everybody has been searching for, and using the real version of the Ancient's artifact to bring this creature to life and to power. Meanwhile, we had Andy, Chantilly, and Callan Fish traveling, trying to hunt down May, and eventually coming to the outside of the sort of processing facility where they assume May is at the moment. Fish has used their threads ability to identify kind of where May was moving, and now knows that May is within 20 miles of where they are now, but does not know confidently that she is being held in this facility, but the evidence that they investigated and found, as well as what Andy managed to get out of Ratface, her contact connection with Jonas before shooting him, seemed to make it a very firm guess that May is hiding here, is being hidden here. As we start on all of you together, Cowfish, May, Chantilly, driving out of town and into um, little bit of a little bit of the start of the countryside as the city sort of disappears behind you a little bit. You enter an area just outside of Guangzhou, a little bit closer to Foshan, where uh, you see there are still buildings, mainly a lot of warehouses, storage facilities, stuff like that. But every once in a while, farms that seem to be a little bit neglected. Your information is about, of course, we're at kind of the tail end of the Cultural Revolution. Farming was in a bad place. Um, and as you get further away from the city, you see that a group of farms that is even more neglected, sort of allowed to go to seed. And sitting in the middle of them, a large facility, seemingly rather new looking. Few trucks outside. Clearly, some movement, some activity here, but perhaps the activity of um, people trying to keep quiet about their presence. And as you find a little turn off to observe the facility and get your bearings, um, yes, the four of you are together. Uh, Andy driving, Chantilly looking back at you and keeping a close eye on you, seemingly very ready to kind of like strike you down with magic. You're on the same side for now, but not a lot of trust here. As you pull into this kind of like a little more wooded, a little more rural area. Not a lot of people around that are not in this facility. I will remind you that Andy and Chantilly currently have a pass without trace from Kala. Um, and yeah, what do you want to do?
Looking through the as we were going through the farmland, Fish was thinking of Lord Inari's bell. That's that.
Yeah, getting a little sad.
Yep.
Are there any obvious like covered routes they can take, like an overhang of trees that they can use to get a little bit closer?
Give me a perception check for Andy.
That's a 21.
With a 21, you can see that the area immediately around this facility is cleared to give like good sight lines, but seemingly in order to get some privacy, the rest of the area is very wooded. So you can get decently close to the facility while still being undercover. There will just be a last stretch that is, entirely in the open, or, maybe you'll have to dodge between crates and cars and stuff like that, clutter rather than nature. Um,
Yeah.
but with the 21, you can see a number of seeming, you know, pathways, areas of thinner foliage, where roads and tracks used to be before it became overgrown, that will allow you to get a closer look. The only question is, of course, because it is covered, it is sort of overgrown, is from your vantage point, you can't see if it's like patrolled or there's outposts or
Mm.
something like that. Um, with a 21, it looks to your eye very obviously kind of like the way the Chinese military sets up kind of their camps, but is not. The Chinese military really likes to make a big hubbub that they're in the area. They're the sign of the party's power. They're the defenders that saved the country. They don't do subtlety very well. They like to very much announce where they are, parades, shows of force, things like that. This is set up kind of like a military operation, but a military operation that is trying to be on the down low to a certain extent. So you don't know to what degree they will sort of operate by very overt military practices of like, you know, uh, uh, inner and outer lines of security, checkpoints, things like that. Um, you can also, I remember the items you have with a 21. You can slip off your rifle scope and use it as a monocular to get a closer look. And as you do, you can see a couple of people moving in and out of the facility, but not as much as you would expect. It seems to be that whatever is happening inside the facility is inside the facility, and what's outside the facility is outside of the facility. There's a lot of people like using the yard to move things from like one truck to another, but people actually going into the building or coming out of it seems to be pretty uncommon.
Okay. And they're all coming out of the one front entrance, I assume. There's no hint of a back entrance.
There is actually a couple of entrances that you can see, and based on the movement of the people, you can assume there are a couple more that are like on the other side. There is sort of one main entrance that has like loading docks and things like that, and it's where you can see the thing that is most obviously a checkpoint, although it's designed to look maybe to an idiot like a shed. It is very clearly a like entrance checkpoint. Um, but there are some other smaller doors and stuff like that. You get the sense of like a working facility rather than a secure facility. What's important is the stuff that goes on there, and therefore convenience for the people that work there, not keeping it super under lock and key. And maybe that's an effect of trying to be subtle and as unmilitary as possible. But you can't see from this distance necessarily what would be required to get through these side entrances. Maybe keys or key cards, or maybe there is
Or
checkpoints
a
on the in
bullet.
or a bullet. Maybe there's checkpoints on the inside that you can't see, or something like that. But there are multiple entrances. It looks like.
Okay. All right. Andy puts down the rifle scope, turns to the others, and by others, she doesn't even look at Chantilly because she assumes Chantilly is just going to fall in line and do what she's told.
Fair
So
assumption.
she's looking at Cal and Fish and says, "Right, here's the plan. We're going to go through these trees, keep hidden, see if there's no entrance we can slip in around the back, and now like she looks deliberately at Fish. If you are anything like Flounder, do not do anything fucking ridiculous like decide to just throw yourself out from under cover in front of a whole bunch of people or go to the front door. I'm just going to get that out of the way now. If you want May to survive, we can't let anyone know that we're here."
Then I weren't.
Beautiful. I love this understanding we have going on. Right, off we go. And she's just going to start walking off. Doesn't look back to see if anyone's following her, just gets on with it.
Fish says out of the corner of their mouth to Cal, "Yeah, I understand she's a fucking bitch."
You're muted, hun, but I can hear you through the wall.
Oh, I said cowfish united in their haterdom.
Yeah.
Chantel does not immediately walk off to follow Andy. She's kind of watching you. Looks like she's going to take up the rear guard, so you're not to their backs the entire time.
Cal just makes significant eye contact with Fish. Would she have noticed by this point that they both had pass without trace on them?
I think Pass Without Trace leaves signs for people that are familiar enough with it to notice things of like oh, like we're undercover, we're under the trees, we're not in direct sunlight, and you have a really really dark shadow, like scientifically impossibly dark shadow. You've got some sort of stealth magic on you, probably Pass Without Trace.
Okay, and how long have they had? I know Cal would probably be able to tell this, but how long have they had pass without trace on them? Because Cal had put it on before everyone left.
At this point, there has been a little bit of travel time. They most likely have about 20 minutes left of Pass Without Trace, something like that.
Cool. Well, nobody asked.
Yeah.
No one asked. Hi, kitty. Yeah, so Cal makes a significant eye contact with Fish, and then slides out of the car, and I think is just trying to I think he's internally debating whether or not she'll just spell herself and Fish and be like, fucking sucks to suck, you didn't ask, to the other two. But he's also just like definitely not engaging with Andy is glad that Fish was just like, okay. She's like, okay, you're getting what I'm putting down. Don't even try to make that a conversation. So I don't think she's doing anything particular, just getting out of the car, making sure Kekano's okay. What time of the day is it?
Kekano's gone.
Kekano's gone. Right. We did this.
Kekano is bubbled, and because you said you wanted to discuss private things of maybe possible sexual nature, I think you were saying that you like dismissed Kekano, because when he's bubbled, he can still like see and hear.
He's not bubbled. He's dismissed.
He's dismissed.
Yeah.
So Kekano is just non-existent right now.
He's grounded.
He's hanging out in his Pokeball essentially.
He's been put in the corner.
He needs to get Kekano to
Dad,
Kekano communication when doing this.
He's with Dad. He's with John.
Yeah, he is with Dad, and and is like, and John's like, I need you to tell me everything.
No, he's with John, and Kekano goes, so I heard that I'm not good enough as a grandchild.
He goes, oh, I love you.
I just would like a human grandchild.
Oh, so I'm not as good as a human grandchild. I don't know how to win this argument.
Yeah, what time of day is it?
It is getting to sort of late afternoon, early evening. You know, the sun will be down in probably like an hour or two, but it's not quite down yet. Actually, it's winter, so the sun will be down in like an hour.
Yeah.
It is. You're definitely getting some like long shadows from the low sun. You may be able to. Kind of put it in people's eyes if you circle around the right way to avoid getting seen, but it's not dark yet. Just some like deep shadows.
Yeah.
Okay. Fish is gonna make it rain.
All right. Are you doing it as a ritual, or are you using spell points?
Ritual to save spell points.
Okay. So Andy heads off into the brush. Fish fully just like sits on the ground and starts channeling magic for 5 minutes.
Okay, listen, we can like go into the brush to not be seen.
You know what? We can also say Fish was doing this in the last 5 minutes in the car.
In the car.
Or while Andy was scouting or what have
Mm.
you. Yes, I will accept that. I think it's funny if there's just a little bit of delay about like Andy
Yeah.
walks off and then the other
Everyone
three,
follow me.
including
Fish is
Chantilly,
like,
is like, are we going or
No, we're sitting. I have to concentrate on making the storm clouds.
they need shapes? Otherwise, what's the point?
really quietly, Cal goes, "Oh, Fish, my shoes.
I'll buy you new ones.
Can you afford that?
Yeah.
Gotta be nice ones.
You hear Chantilly mumble to herself. More things change, the more they stay the same.
Fish
As
doesn't know what she said and is just like, I'll buy your shoes as well. Actually, I won't. I don't care about you.
then I say, Andy, give me a stealth check with that +10, as you are essentially being like a scout vanguard, and then the other three are coming up behind you.
That's a natural 20. So 30.
Okay.
Andy's like, fuck you guys, I guess.
Yes.
He needs these bitches.
Andy has not operated in the brush as much recently. She has mostly been a urban fighter. She has a lot of recent stealth experience that May does not, as she has been very actively, in training, sneaking, scouting, hiding, ambushing. So as she slips into the overgrown. She slips into the overgrowth. Shadow wraps around her, and she just entirely disappears. Um, Assuming that Andy doesn't stop until it would be like if you were any closer, it would be unsafe if like other potentially louder people joined you. I think you sort of blaze a trail, and that means that while you are separated from the others, you are much more able with that dirty 30 to uh, uh, say where guard posts are, where patrols are, things like that. So give me a perception check with advantage.
Oh. That's pretty good. I don't know, the second one can be better. Yeah. Okay, that is a 27.
Okay. With a 27, as you're moving silently through the woods, um, sneaking, keeping your rifle close and preventing it from brushing against the branches, you get a sense that there is a hidden checkpoint you sneak past that's on the road closer to the facility, a little bit in the brush. And other than that, while there are patrols through here, you can see where they are because they're the trails that are a little more broken, a little more used. And so you notice the places where the patrols don't go because they would be harder to get through because this isn't supposed to be a secure facility because maybe there's a bit of laziness among the soldiery here, but you find a approach that takes not just you, but if they follow you, the others, along a safer, quieter path. It allows you to sort of swing to the north a little bit and get a view on one of the side entrances of the facility. You're still not close necessarily, but you are in a position where you could approach the facility closer and you are still currently in a space where like no one else is around and you can talk and plan and signal and set things up without anyone overhearing you while being much closer to the facility than you were. And as you walk through the brush, you probably strategically snap a twig, take out a knife and mark a tree, leave little signs that you've arranged with Chantilly to be able to follow you with the others. As she follows behind after a short shoe argument. You get going. Um, give me an Arcana check, one or both of you.
Can I leave that one to you?
Wait, you're not feeling confident about your plus like 3?
It's 0.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had too much faith in Fish. I think it's so funny. Cal's always like, "You're so magically talented to Fish," and Fish is like, "Excuse me, I have a plus 0."
Yeah, magic A plus magic B equals.
It's so funny because Fish is so magically talented, but it's such a natural talent. You know,
Yeah.
Not
Arcana
associated.
is very like a like a like an academic knowledge of how magic works, and Fish is just entirely working on like a how does your magic work?
Instinct.
Uh,
Yeah.
Hank, I want you to guess what I rolled.
And not 20.
No,
Okay, you got a 28 because
Oh.
that's your standard.
27. But I was like, anytime I roll in like 27, 28, you're always like, yeah, that's the Mooney roll.
That's the one. Yeah.
with a 27, you can tell there's a little bit of magic coming out from Chantilly as you sneak along. She is, as far as you can tell, sort of reaching out with earth magic to feel vibrations in the surrounding area and check for people as you're going forward. And she also seems to be like really examining the storm that Fish has put up, and is seems maybe a little curious and impressed by it. You've seen this tons of times, but when the uh, uh, reflection of Fish was taken that became Zeke, that was actually just before Fish gained this power. So Chantilly has never seen it, and watching the storm clouds roll in, you can see her really trying to like magically examine it and be impressed as someone who is an elementalist. Is like, this is really powerful elemental magic that Fish can apparently just do, and you know, my fish Zeke can do really impressive things too that are entirely different, just grew in a different way. And
Fish can see this and is very tempted to be like, "Hey, watch this, call lightning," but it costs too much. So,
Yeah.
so they're just thinking about it.
Fish is like, "Hey, want to see a cool trick? I can get lightning to burn that house down."
Do you want to be struck by lightning, perhaps?
Yeah, with the Arcana that high, I think you get a little bit of a free insight check of being like a grudging respect for Fish going forward after displaying this power. Chantilly is certainly using her magic in a subtler, more professional, more experienced way than you experienced with Metal. You know, that lines up with what you saw when you fought her, being much more combat oriented. But also, you know, she's kind of grown and changed over the years that the reflections have been doing their own thing. And you notice that Chantilly notices, which speaks a little bit more to her competency. And so I think Cal gets the impression of like, okay, cool. Chantilly will not entirely just be baggage during this mission.
What a novelty.
Yeah.
as
shock.
you as you sneak forward, because Andy has scouted the way, the stealth DC is much lower. Everybody, give me your stealth checks.
Oh, so did Cal do pass without trace?
Not yet, but she was kind of keeping an eye out of just being. It was kind of a question of how much should I fuck over Andy.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine without it for now.
You have no way of knowing that Andy has like blazed this trail for you necessarily. So if you're being cautious, you might do it anyway. But
Okay.
I would say, you know, in a meta sense, you probably don't have to. It's just you don't necessarily know that.
Well, Fish thinks they're fine.
Yeah, Cal would probably, because she actually is needing to consult with Fish, because they're in enemy territory, literally in multiple ways, would probably be like, should we proceed with extra caution, or maybe wait until we've all met back up with the Madam Leader?
God, I don't
That's
know that
30 for Chantilly.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
18 plus 2 plus 10.
Shit. So we don't even
Professionals
see her.
over
Yeah, you're like, okay, and we'll sneak, and are we going the right way? Where'd you go?
Fish goes, I don't know, I'm pretty covered out here right now. It's probably going to be more useful to us inside, right?
Yeah, Carlton nod. Also, I just wanted to ask, I'll go ahead and roll this out, but I just wanted to ask, how much has what was Andy's last life refresh? If Chantilly just got one.
Last life refresh?
Yeah,
Oh, when
the-
Ella.
Yes.
Oh,
The blood.
yes, no, the transfusion. Is actually essentially Andy is up next, but there's a little bit of a gap. You can use Death Sense to kind of keep track of both Andy and Chantilly. Andy will show up stronger in your senses than Chantilly will. Chantilly, it reads for you still as like a necromantic being, but an incredibly light one.
Yeah.
Because you've already like found her, so to speak, you'll always be able to see her with Death Sense. Andy will show up a lot stronger in your senses because she has gone longer since getting a transfusion.
I bet she goes as long as she possibly can.
Probably, yeah.
100%.
7 stealth.
Yeah, Cal's like, okay, well, we don't need it. And Fish is going, we're crashing enemies.
It's
Please try.
you're going through the woods and Fish is like, I'm being so stealthy. Where's other metal? It just disappeared and then like trip and fall through a bush and make a loud noise.
Cal
got a
tripping
6.
and falling.
Cal got a 16, which isn't terrible, but is on the lower side for her, so I imagine that was her having to immediately go rescue Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pulling Fish out of a bush, and every like little creak and crack of woodland is like needles in your skin of being like, I could be so much better at this if I wasn't carrying
Fish is always knee deep in bush. It's very rare for them not to be.
knee deep in bush.
Knee deep.
A lot of foot stuff going on.
A lot of
Knee deep in bush. Episode title.
Oh my god.
Wow, that is an uncomfortable mental image. Is there a word for fisting but with feet? Footing?
footing, yeah.
Okay.
Equal footing.
It's over. Session is over.
Towing the
all right.
line.
Great session, guys. We'll just kick Craig out.
Like Hekino got dismissed.
Yes. As you make your way through the brush, Fish making a little too much noise, Cal having to try to cover for them and cringing at the noise, you still make it through as you get close to a sign, and then Chantilly will reappear and point you off the path in another direction, and then seemingly disappear again. It looks like her ability, Pass Without Trace, is carrying you a little bit. She's keeping you away from patrols and things like that, which is probably pretty galling to Cal.
Especially
But
after we like tracked her so easily and we're like, haha, she got lost. And it's like, oh fuck. Now we're lost.
yeah.
Cal's spending too much time trying to keep her shoes from getting completely destroyed or getting her, like, nice silk skirt totally soaked. Her hair is, like, starting to frizz up, and she's just like...
Yes, Cal is suffering. As the storm starts to blow in a little bit harder and the first very light rain starts falling, you make your way to Andy in the brush where she's set up with her sniper scope. And
Oh.
because Chantilly rolled so high on her stealth, I was gonna have her get a call on the sending stone once you all met up again. I think her stealth was high enough. She fully just took a call like next to the pathway, and nobody knew about it because she was being so quiet. Um, so as you crawl up um, to Andy and get this view of the facility and the surroundings, and Chantilly reappears, sneaking up next to you. She looks like she's going to talk to just Andy, but then thinks better of it and kind of turns to include you two as well. And she whispers, "We have an update on the situation with May. I got a call from the house."
Is
Well,
he
don't
okay?
keep us in suspense.
It seems that the um, situation got a little more tense after our last update, and the Heavenly House Ram has arrested several of the head security from the Bayou Chu that were involved in May's taking. It's been a little bit of interrogation, and they've revealed that one of them saw Dr. Cho being taken to a Bayou Chu facility. I've passed along information about this place here. I didn't say we were coming here, but it seems like it's finally broken the stalemate. Um, the matriarch and the sons of daughters think that they can finally get together with the House of the Rooster and the House of the Rat and join forces on this. And there's going to be some political upheaval, maybe even an assault here to try to rescue May. But politics is slow, so maybe 2, 3, even 4 hours.
That might be too late, depending on what they're doing to her.
We'll be faster.
Yeah.
May, sorry, Angie like turns to look at Cal and Fish, who I would like to think are a little bit bedraggled up at this
Yeah.
point.
I think
And just gives them
Fish
an
is
up
like
and down.
covered in like dirt and twigs, and Cal is just in a like, okay, I've got one hand like keeping the scarf down so my hair doesn't get messed up, and the other hand is like hiking up the skirt, and just like I got to stand kind of split stance so that my shoes aren't sinking in the mud too much. So it's just kind of like Cal doesn't look bedraggled, but you know,
Holding him by the
stressed,
skin of her teeth. Yeah.
stressed and
Yeah.
distracted.
Yeah, Andy like takes a look at the two of you, like gives you the old like up and down, and then just kind of looks at Chantilly and is like, "Yes, the epitome of speed, I'm sure."
Chantilly is still wearing her nice like House of the Ram clothes. Like she didn't
And looks
change
untouched.
to like combat clothes, and she looks absolutely fine.
Now that we're closer to the building, can Andy see anything more useful?
Give me another. Actually, no, because you made that perception check with advantage. I will say, you are now close enough to see a little bit of the activity in sort of the parking lot, in sort of the surroundings of this area, and you can see what seems to be the loading and unloading of various supplies. Through the scope, you can see crates open and little vials and pieces of medical equipment. This may be genuinely a sort of distribution point for medicines and medical equipment. Maybe for civilians, maybe just for the military, what have you, in addition to whatever else it's being used for. But with that perception, now that you're closer, you can see how people are getting into the building. Every once in a while, a group will go in and out. There's not a lot of individuals going in and out, and those that are seem to be going in through the main entrance. But through the side entrance, it's groups. It's 5, 6, 10 kind of soldiers at once coming in and out. And they're all wearing the like full face mask helmets of that Bayou have to disguise the fact that unbeknownst to all of you, with the potential exception of Andy, depending on how like involved Bayuchu has been in previous raids before, don't know that it's because they are these experimental people with kind of magical deformities that they are hiding. But you can see that the best way to perhaps force your way in is through the front door in some sort of blitz
In
attack.
disguise.
And the best way to sneak your way in is to perhaps get a disguise and come in through one of the side entrances as part of a group. There are no like individuals that are alone necessarily, but there are some smaller groups that, due to the arrangement of vehicles or what they're working on, are more isolated from each other and out of sight. You may be able to sneak around, and there's supplies here. Maybe you can find uniforms or helmets to borrow or things like that. Maybe you need to take them off someone who's currently wearing them. But that is certainly the stealthiest way in. And as you are observing, you see a large group exit the facility through a side door, gather up a number of other soldiers, and they seem to be heading to a transport truck, which revs up and drives out of the facility, heading towards town. Maybe in response to something that the house is doing, maybe security needed elsewhere, but all of a sudden this lot that's closest to you is quite a bit more empty than it was a moment ago.
Andy turns to Chantilly and says, Vaunt, I don't suppose you're picking up any secret caves underground?
Is that on purpose? Can I just ask?
Is what on purpose? Oh, sorry, so you're asking is ink?
Because
or-
Vaunt's not her last name at all.
No,
I'm
And-
coming
fuck,
in.
sorry,
as
no, I'm mixing that
Yeah.
up. I'm mixing it up. Sorry, Chantilly, sorry. For
Yeah,
some reason,
'cause it
Chantilly's
was-
her first name to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I mean, Andy is mean, so
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
she
no,
was
no,
doing
no.
she was doing Abbott, which is a intentional mistake. So I was
Yeah.
also like, yeah.
No, that's just me mixing it up.
and she calls Chantilly Inspector, which is also not her position, in the same way of kind of like mean. You can feel, you can see Chantilly kind of like dig her fingers into the earth for just a minute, and then she says, there is definitely a basement of some kind. Feels like a lot of big hollow spaces, maybe storage or something like that. But I don't feel any kind of like larger caves that extend past the boundary. Nowhere we could dig in.
How about any soldiers moving around in the forest that we might be able to alleviate of their uniforms?
There's a couple. They're a little bit of a ways back, but some that are out of yelling distance, perhaps.
How many?
She is a little bit limited by the range of her abilities, but I'm gonna have her do a perception check. Yeah, not great, not bad. She says that there are two that are like decently close by, like a pair that are on patrol in one of the bigger fields, kind of cutting through. But she remembers where some other patrols were from when she was sneaking in. So, two definitely more that may or may not still be in the same place.
Okay, so here's my thought. I think that we should, as a group, this is Ellie talking,
Yeah,
take
yeah.
on the two, and then we at least have two uniforms that maybe Chantilly and Andy could use, and then pretend to be transporting you guys in. If we can't
But
find uniforms as well.
we can also do another fresh pass without trace.
Once we're in, though, like, who knows how busy it's going to be, is my thought.
We'll definitely get the uniforms.
Yeah. At least then we have, like, a semblance of reason for needing to be there.
Do we want to do a pass without trace before they go out there to the soldiers so we can sneak up on them?
How long do we have left on Andy's?
I assume like
at
10
this
minutes.
Yeah, about
Yeah.
10 minutes or so. The thing is that taking down the soldiers might be best accomplished by just Andy and Chantilly doing it and getting the uniforms, since they have the pass without trace. But then again, does Cal and Fish kind of trust Andy and Chantilly to be like, we're going to take down the soldiers and get the uniforms, and then I guess we'll like escort you in or something like that? That's a lot of like, yeah, you just have to trust us that we're not going to let you die.
Well, the thing
there's-
is... Oh, go ahead.
No, Renee, you go.
I was going to say, what's the motivation of cutting them out? The being like, and yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
we are so desperate for you to die, we would like to lose 2 sets of hands.
I mean,
including one being a necromancer.
I mean, Cal is naturally suspicious, so being the sort of like, if it comes to like risking themselves to say Cal, they'll probably go fuck it and cut their losses.
Yeah.
Rather than
Like-
actively trying to fuck you over, but who knows?
Yeah, I know. And Cal would be like, absolutely, if they don't come back within, 5-10 minutes or whatever, Cal would be like, and then we do Operation fuck these guys, we're going on our own. But yeah, I don't think she would be like, they're not allowed to leave. I think she'd be like, go for it. Crazy people.
Fish's only thing would be, it's like, I should have one of the uniforms, and then we take Chantilly in because she's a House of the Ram person, and the Baiutsu people would like want her as a hostage.
Yeah. Andy would have no disagreement with that. The only thing is Andy definitely needs to be in a uniform because she is visibly someone who should be in a cell of some kind. Okay.
Yeah, so you're gonna try to ambush these two guys?
Yeah. Andy relays the plan very matter-of-factly.
Okay.
Is like now in work mode.
All right. Out of yelling distance does not mean out of gunshot hearing distance. So while the
That's why we're gonna
storm
sneak.
definitely does buy you some cover, you gotta come at these guys hard and fast.
May's theory to Chantilly, Andy's theory to Chantilly would be, well, I will simply snipe them from a secluded position, and you be ready to like leap in and kill the other one, or do
Chantilly goes,
something to the other one.
I think you would know that while you could probably figure out a way to do that, the country here is so rough with like you being in the brush and them being in the brush that like
Okay.
you could not get far enough away that a gunshot would not still draw people to like your general location
Okay.
while being able
That's
to
fair.
get a sight on them.
All right. In that case, looking through Andy's spells and such. So I am genuinely looking to make sure that I still have this right for how much damage she feasibly can do. Where is... There it is. I think she's gonna... once they get there, she'll upcast Overload on one of them and hopefully obliterate it in one go.
Okay. So
And, yeah.
if you are all involved in the ambush, everybody give me another stealth check.
Are we involved?
Do you
We don't
want-
have to be.
I was gonna say I don't think we're adding to this.
No.
Cal's like, let's not let Fish
Yeah.
try to.
And Fish
mean,
is like,
that's-
yeah, let's not let me do anything.
Yeah.
There's pros and cons. The two of you being there allows you to kind of do more damage immediately, more kind of immediate violence to overwhelm them. On the other hand, you're less stealthy right now, so you wouldn't be able to get as close.
I like to think this goes. Fish goes, I can talk him down, and then Cal goes, you can't speak Cantonese, and Fish goes, right.
Just understand it. Gotcha. Yep.
It's so funny that Cal is like constantly reminding Fish about how their own magic works.
Yeah.
I think you'll find I'm fluent. I think not. Actually,
Alright, so we still got past that trace?
you do a stealth check with Pass Without Trace.
Yeah, but we do. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, that is a 19.
Okay. Metal didn't. Chantilly did not do as well as she did before, but that is still enough that essentially she gets to a point in the trail where she just sits and waits for them to come close, while you can sneak up behind them. You get a surprise round. You were trying to do enough damage to kill these guys, hopefully without destroying the uniforms, and fast enough that they don't get a gunshot off. Do you want to go first, or do you want Metal to go first?
No, May will go. Annie will go first because she's just doing a psychic attack. But because we're hidden, isn't it automatically a sneak attack?
It is not automatically a sneak attack. There is an ambush effect where that you do not get because these are like trained operatives. If these were random civilians, you would automatically get a critical hit. Because they are actual soldiers, you'd need essentially like the ambusher.
Lame.
Like
Okay.
special effect, which is an ability you can get.
Yep. Okay. Well, in that case, they need to do an intelligence saving throw. I'm a 16.
Are you doing it to one or both?
Can I do it to both in one go?
I don't believe so, but I'm not currently looking at.
Okay, so I thought this was some ambush, some sort of thing. No, it has to be one.
Okay.
So,
Intelligence.
Patrick, is it meant to be playing ocean sounds? Maybe it's not coming.
No, it's the
properly for me?
wind. There's a
Oh,
wind.
okay.
There's wind blowing through the
A
trees.
wet wind.
Yeah,
A wet wind, okay.
Wet wind. What is the ocean but a wet wind?
It's true.
It's true. Okay.
So while Andy and Chantilly are off doing this, Fish and Cal are crouched, and Fish is being like, okay, when we hit a locked door that we can't pass through, I'll do the thing that I did in the hospital. But so you keep an eye out for cupboards that I can go stand in.
So wait, like, when you mean the thing in the hospital, the thing where you you had the door that you locked, and then we moved
Yeah,
into the next room. All right.
I got the door. Yeah.
Okay.
It's an intelligence saving throw.
Yes.
What
It
is
better be
the
really 16.
spell save DC?
16.
Okay.
If they get.
Unfortunately, he got a nat 20 for a 21. There is something about just kind of like the alien makeup of this person that you reach out for this psychic attack, and things just don't quite connect in the way you think they should. You go for a weakness that allows you to have hurt people in the past, and it just doesn't quite connect. Roll me initiative.
Well, that's a good roll at least. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. You are going before the operatives, and Metal is not. So Metal is getting her ambushing attack, her surprise round, and then you will have one more attack before they can go and potentially fire off a gun.
Yep.
All right. Metal is going to. She's not going to do fire because it's raining. And she doesn't want to use anything that is too big. Because obviously you have a whole assault planned. So yeah, I think she is going to... Yeah, no, she'll do that because that is a very quiet attack that works really well right now. She is going to use one of her new spells that Metal Vaunt does not have, as she you see her as you're sneaking up to mind shock these guys. She just picks up just like a piece of granite from the ground, and you have trained her to do this in a much more dangerous way. I will tell you, this is something Chantilly was going to do if you did actually throw down with her in the House of the Ram. This is something that Andy has taught her as a kind of last resort power move. She picks up just a piece of granite, charges it with magic, and throws it. And she's got a really bad, like not sports person throw. The rock fused with power rockets out of her hand, like almost cracking the sound barrier as it goes out. And what Metal was going to do if you fucked with her is, ever since Andy trained her to do this, she keeps a grenade on her person smeared with mud. The spell catapult. Choose one object weighing 1 to 5 pounds within range that isn't being worn or carried. The object flies in a straight line up to 90 feet in a direction you choose before falling to the ground. If it impacts a solid surface, such as a creature, it must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it hits the creature and does 3d8 bludgeoning damage. So she was going to do that with a grenade, so if it hit you in the face, it would do bludgeoning damage, but even if it
And then
missed you,
explode.
it would explode next to you and do a bunch of damage. So yeah, that is her power move. She'll keep that in her back pocket for upcoming battles. This is just a normal rock. So we'll do a Dex saving throw on this guy. The surprise condition gives you disadvantage on Dex saving throws, so... Boop. God, may not even need disadvantage. Yeah. Okay. That is 3d8 bludgeoning damage. Just a second.
Gotta go. Kill this fucker, Chantilly. I beg you.
Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. The rock comes hurtling out of her hands. It is so fucking loud when it hits him in the helmet. And he is not, he does not seem dead. You can see the helmet is like cracked and he falls to his knees as he is very stunned, probably taken out of this initiative for a minute. The soldier who is not stunned whips around towards Chantilly, raising a handgun, and May, you got one last chance to like stop or disable this guy before he sends out a shot.
Yeah, can I have a free check on what damage is likely to be best against these guys?
most of their like non-human characteristics is hidden by kind of their clothing and stuff. But give me a perception check.
That is a 15.
Um, I think with a 15, you've observed these guys close enough during certain operations, even if you haven't necessarily fought against them before, and you're close enough now to see that like their fingers are a little long and a little loose for like the size of a human being. You think they have like an extra joint in each finger, and they're very dexterous. Um, so they seem fast and maybe not using a dexterity uh, uh, saving throw, but as uh, as you're looking at them, they just move like trained soldiers. So
They're low on wisdom, is what I'm hearing.
not particularly. You don't see any weaknesses. You just see strengths. With a 15. So you think they move like trained soldiers. It's got to be fast and aggressive is what you need to do. Even if you've got to use something that requires some spell points, you need like an overwhelming amount of damage, because otherwise they're going to bounce back because they're trained for violence.
Okay.
I'm assuming this is a series of unfortunate events thing that I don't remember.
No,
No, this
that's
is the
fucking
good-
train fingering.
We're continuing a one last stop bit.
Oh, okay.
I think May is gonna go for.
They are
Annie's
trained in the
gonna go
reset
for. Annie's gonna try overload again. Hi, is it fair to say that we're sticking her fingers in this guy's brain that she might have got some sense of whether or not the spell would usually work if it hadn't been for like.
You got a sense that it was like you like targeted the motor cortex, and his is like not quite in the right place, rather than like he's resistant to psychic damage or something.
Okay, cool. That's all I need to know. All right. She's gonna upcast acute overload again, and try and beat the shit out of this guy. So there's an intelligence saving throw 16.
Okay.
Swear to God, this better fucking work.
He has a +1 to intelligence, so you need him to get a 14 or lower, and that is a 2. So
Thank
yeah,
God.
roll your damage.
Beautiful. God is good sometimes, I suppose. All right. Give me a second.
While this is going on, and there's a loud crack as the stone hits that guy's helmet, Cal turns to Fish and whispers, and it's like, so if they die, do we go to the other two for backup, or we just go and continue on?
You want to go back there?
Just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I think we're there.
That's Patrick. That's 12 damage, and he gets disadvantage on the next turn for him.
Okay. With 12 damage, as he's raising his gun up, it kind of slips through numbed fingers as he has a micro stroke in front of you, and he gets a disadvantage on saving throws.
Disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Disadvantage on the next attack roll. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Then Chantilly is still rushing forward after launching this stone. The air is thick with electricity from the coming storm as she pulls some of it into her hand. A arc of electricity goes out to strike this guy in the chest, and he needs to make a strength saving throw. This guy, the lightning like hits him and yanks forward like he's magnetized. Gets close. Metal wraps her arms around him, and he just immediately gets electrocuted. He dies. He dies there as the other guy who Metal hit is like very groggily trying to get to her feet, and you probably just walk up and slit his throat.
Yeah, perfect. And then Andy quickly and efficiently undresses both of them, makes a hole with mold earth, chucks them in the hole, covers them, and then goes, "Oh, that could have gone worse. Well done, I suppose."
That could have gone better, but yes, well done.
Yep. And then helmet on, and maybe takes a tickle of pleasure at the idea that she might start all Fish and Cal when she comes back over.
Cal is saying to Fish,
She's like, well, the advantage is if they do die, it's probably very easy to keep them on ice and then bring them back, seeing as they're already dead, essentially. So,
Stop! Who goes there? Just soldiers with guns come out of the brush.
And Andy says, "Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, cleric, but I have no plans on dying anytime soon."
Andy, I was trying to do a thing. Whatever.
Metal, I'm wearing that. You're gonna be a prisoner.
Oh, is she now?
Yeah.
I'm not objected to the idea, but I'd like to hear the actual logic behind it.
She's a fucking House of the Ram, a daughter of the House of the Ram, and since they're basically enemies with Baiutsu, wouldn't it make sense to like have her in as a prize?
Are they going to know her face? Chantilly, are they going to know your face? I didn't know you were popular.
Probably not. I'm not that senior, but I was
Oh,
thinking
come
we'd
on.
probably just head in and maybe try to grab some more uniforms for the truck, or lure someone else out here.
I'm up for that. Makes sense. It's
Okay.
easier for all soldiers. I don't suppose you two have seen anything useful while you've been here flirting or whatever it is you two do these days.
Cal fully grimaces.
Chantilly turns to Andy and is like, "You know how they are when Kekino isn't there to supervise."
Unfortunately, I do, yes. If you two could keep it in your pants until we've rescued your erstwhile friend, that would be preferable.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, Chantilly's a little neat too. They're just kind of verbally kicking you. They're like, "Hey guys,
Does Fish
suck
actually
this
say
up."
that?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's say that.
Yeah. And he's like, "Oh, I wasn't aware this was a touchy subject."
Well, I guess we can't stand around here gossiping. Let's go find some uniforms, or maybe we'll just go rescue May ourselves.
Yeah,
I
no,
do like it when you talk sense.
that's our friend. You guys don't even care about her, so we're gonna. Wait, Dania, come on, let's get at it. Let's do it.
Oh, I care about her very much. And for that reason, I will make sure that you two get uniforms that perhaps aren't so... She looks at Cal and says, vulnerable to the elements.
Listen, we were supposed to be going to dinner tonight. Not her and I. No, we were going. It was someone else, and
That explains a lot of the look. Yeah.
no, that's it was.
You know,
there's some other.
That outfit actually looks kind of something like Kala has in her closet. And she only takes it out for date nights. But anyway, what do we know?
Cal is like making like, look at me, stop engaging, stop talking. Silence.
It's hard. I'm sorry.
That restaurant in the Central District? Yeah, that's their ticker too.
Silence.
Yes, we were actually, but with someone else.
Andy feels a rare moment of true kinship with Chantilly at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Chantilly and
Fish like
Andy-
tries to fixate on Cal's face. Like, okay, I'm sorry. It's hard. I like you. This is why I do it to you. You know.
I'm easily baited.
And then Andy says, "Oh, I've heard them say that before."
Cal puts her face in the
Chantilly, it's like
hands.
we're next to their bedroom.
Puts her face in the hands, makes a quiet scream, and goes, "We all know how to be civil adults. I would love
We do, but it's not very
if you
fun, is it?
two could. We all know historically rescue missions of people that are apparently very important to you are about having as much fun as possible. Please just act like an adult. I know you're a 2-year-old. I understand that, but you are trying to pretend to be an adult, so I would appreciate it if you could keep that up."
She just gets angry like Calla as well, Chantilly, isn't it cute? But yes, time is ticking along, so I suppose we'd better get moving.
All right.
Age before beauty, cleric.
Oh, are you bringing them to look for uniforms too?
Oh, they seem very insistent that we're just little children and can't get the job done.
Might have to stash them still in the brush, just a little bit closer.
Yes,
Well,
I suppose you're
you
right.
don't want us to get up to fucking shenanigans, do you? I'm sorry.
No, fucking
Didn't I
shenanigans
can't.
don't work.
Stop,
They tend to be
stop.
loud.
They sure are. Why do you think I live in that shed?
Every time Fish speaks, Andy Chantilly are just like, bam, bam.
Andy's actually a really good meme.
He's like, I thought I would just enjoy this because I get to rub it in May's face that I rescued her at the end of this, but honestly, the process is a lot funner than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's about the journey.
Cal is talking to Fish, and I was like, "Do I need a gag?" Puts yourself off.
No, it's fine.
He's
I'll be
like,
good.
"Please."
I can't anymore. I'm gonna go look for a uniform. It's too easy.
Yeah, Andy laughs, then follows. Yeah, and they swap. I would say she swaps to magical telephony so that they can talk without talking.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As you approach, give me a disguise kit check for Andy. We'll consider that for both of you because Andy's expertise probably covered any flaws that Metal missed in the uniform.
Yeah, sorry, give me a sec.
It's a
Disguise
D20 plus double your
Yeah, so
proficiency, so D20
yeah.
plus 8.
Not bad. That's a 23.
All right. You do not get looked at twice as you stroll in. As I said, this part of the lot has gotten a little bit empty. There's 5 or 6 soldiers kind of around, but decently spread out. Give me an investigation check, and Metal will also do one. It'll act as advantage between the two of us.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, that is a 23 again.
Okay, and she
And
got
he's in a very good mood.
So 23. As you start looking amongst the trucks, you approach an unwatched truck and open some of the boxes. There's some vials of a clear liquid unlabeled with some syringes. You open another box and there seems to be like animal parts. It's like a box of horns and fangs that you close up, and you are being very careful to not get too close to these other people. With your experience, you know that your accent can give you away a little bit. Maybe these people know each other. You always want to be like just distant enough that chatting with another guard is not feasible in order to maintain your cover. As you're going around, there is a guard who is unpacking boxes, opening one, looking at it, closing it, getting the next one over and over again. Turns and looks at you and sees you kind of walking by, and then goes back to what they're doing, and then stiffens turns towards you kind of unnaturally, turns
Great.
back to the truck, opens the crate, turns and walks away. There is just an open crate there, nobody else around. As you and Chantilly are looking at this, probably ready to like throw down at any moment, and then suddenly nothing is happening and nobody's around you, and there's no alarm.
As Ellie, I have a waft of Jonas in the air, but Annie's not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Annie's gonna go to the crate and have a
You
peek.
approach probably incredibly cautiously, ready for anything to happen at any moment, and find a box of uniforms just left open for you.
Beautiful. Muy bueno. Yeah. Takes them out, stuffs them in their jackets, and then back to the brush. And Andy says to Chantilly via magical telepathy, "Now, Chantilly, you know I'm not one for a bet, but what is the likelihood they're going to be enjoying each other's company upon our return?"
Genuinely, I think they're not to that point yet, and I think we maybe like embarrass them a little bit too much.
That's
I
awful.
think
What a shame.
maybe if we just, if we snuck in without them and we came back, yes, definitely. Right now, in this little space of time, probably not. Too embarrassed.
Shame.
We putting money on it?
You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually enjoying spending time with you.
Well, I hate to say it, but I'm enjoying spending time with you too. I guess you're not always the worst person I know.
Alan Fisher going,
Oh no,
"Do you think we could
I'm
do-"
sure I am.
Only sometimes.
Yes, don't
Helen
tell.
Sorry, keep going.
Annie says, "Well, don't tell Abbott Denier that."
You can't see her kind of like roll her eyes behind her helmet, but you push back into the brush with some uniforms.
I'd like to make a suggestion for possible quippy Chantilly dialogue.
Sure.
We'll deny it. She's not. Is she clever enough for that? Who knows?
Probably not.
I was gonna joke, Callan Fisher going, "Do you think we could do a I know you are, but what am I kind of approach about being like, you guys hate each other? Are you guys gonna fuck?"
Kekino's got this really good bit where he goes, "I am rubber and you are glue. I know I am, but what are you?"
No, Cal's just like fully like sulking in a corner of just being like,
Just not even looking at her, just looking at the ground, being like, "Yeah, look, Denier, don't worry about it. We're gonna get May back." Just pretending it's not.
yeah.
It's not.
And Cal's actually like, "You know what? This I'll take." And she'll be like, "Yes, this will be done. We'll get this over with. We will leave, and our business with them will be settled, and we'll have May back, and hopefully, this will be a stealth method, and silence will be required. So it's going to get better from here on out."
And he's just gonna magical telepathy the entire time.
Yeah.
All right, you are dressed and ready to head in. As you approach, you see a group of 4 soldiers ready to swipe in. It looks like they have some sort of like, rather than a physical key, it's like essentially a punch card in like a little computer slot in the door, like a very rudimentary key card to get in, and you can just kind of attach yourself to the back and sneak in.
Yep.
Are the uniforms like jumpsuits? Like, could Cal just pull that over her clothes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, they're like They're like combat jumpsuits in a way. Like the point is having a bunch of attachment points for like firearms and flashlights and stuff like that.
Did we get shoes?
There are boots. It's a question of whether you fit in them or not.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was my
I don't-
concern.
Roll to
don't think-
fit.
I don't think Chantilly and Andy particularly guessed a shoe size. I think they probably just grabbed clothes that was like, yeah, whatever. So,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Cal's like, well, I don't think I'm gonna make Kitten Heels work with this.
you use mending to undo the stitching so the sole comes off the upper, and you just have little faux leather spats that look like boots that go over your kitten heels.
Yeah, they gave her Cal is probably a solid size 7, and they gave her men's 10s, and she was like,
But yes, you head in, swipe through on the key card, and find yourself entering the facility. The door slams and locks behind you, cutting out the sounds of the surrounding. The rain turns into a drumming on the roof as you find yourself in a very sterile looking hallway with a bunch of other soldiers marching through.
Eldritch sight all the way up and down the halls.
Okay. Give me a perception check, please.
Mm-hmm. Nat 20, so that's a 22.
All right. With a 22, you are noticing a bunch of arcane symbols carved in sort of hard to notice places. You don't recognize the actual symbol work, but you do notice kind of how they're being used. There seems to be some essentially cameras, some alarms, some tripwires. You made the right choice coming in here in uniform rather than trying to sneak in yourself, because the alarms would have gone off immediately.
Can I make a symbol roll to see if any of these could simply be deactivated by just going on the wall?
Yeah, give me a symbol check.
Thank you. 17.
Okay. With a 17, most of the ones you could do that for, you can't really reach because they're kind of up by the ceiling in the hallway. There are a couple of what are essentially like tripwire-esque magical symbols at kind of chest height at the corners that you could just kind of take a knife and just kind of drag across while you were walking past and be able to disable them and cut them off. You would be able to if you were solely focused on doing that, you would be able to create essentially a corridor in which escaping would be easier, not necessarily guaranteed, but easier.
Yeah, I think Fish is going to do that, and but elbows. Cal doesn't explain to the others because fuck them. But it's I'm doing this for a reason, not just to vandalize things.
Well, not just to vandalize things. As you are heading through the as you're heading through, you start kind of leaning at the corners to just kind of scrape something against the symbols and destroy them. Yeah, sure, I totally believe you. Getting crunk in the middle of session. Everybody drinks juice out of a wine glass. That's totally normal. As As you are heading in, you hear some essentially orders from the man who is leading you. Cal does not understand, but the rest of you do, that he is ordering his group, because he didn't bring you guys in, to uh, report to one of the secondary labs, and then turns and asks you all in a gruff voice, where you ordered to in Cantonese.
Okay. I'd like
Well,
to
Fish
make
can't speak Cantonese.
look, a performance roll and good body language, like a good performance roll and enough body language to indicate, like, oh yeah, we're going over that way. We don't have to say words, do I? I'm a soldier. That's what I'm. That's my thought.
I
Performance
will say,
roll and just like we're going this way, of course.
if we are weird fucking abominations, you could fake. Patrick, you'll remember what's like the
Yeah, true.
military hand signs
Yeah.
and sign language. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's like, why would you give all of them a tongue? You know?
That is, I will say, you are a little bit at a disadvantage in that is different for every military outfit.
Yeah.
There is no universal one that is recognized internationally, so the Chinese one would be very different from anything you had learned. But yes, you may be able to gesture, and that is a good point. That it is possible that some of these soldiers are not capable of speech, because of their alterations. So yeah, give me a performance roll.
Yeah, not 20. That's 28.
Hell, that's
Jesus
a 2 in a
Christ.
row.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. I got it. No, was it?
Yeah.
Whatever. It was 2. It
Yeah.
was. It still happened.
Yeah, you, he kind of turns, walking backwards a little bit, and gestures to you and says something, and you go, shit, I can't speak Cantonese. Cal was just reminding me. You look and see that there is signage in Cantonese, denoting the different hallways, and you see a sign that says, main lab, pointing in forward, and then the master's office pointed in the same direction, and you're like, okay, I don't know where May is. Good bet it's more likely to be that way than wherever these guys are going. So you're just like, and kind of like gesture down the front hallway, and he nods at you as the rest of them turn off down a subsequent hallway, and the four of you are now alone to continue on.
Fish gets a nat 20 performance, so that head soldier goes, alright. Also, I can tell that you have a completely platonic brotherly bond with this fellow soldier if you
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
You would die for each other, but nothing else.
no homo.
Yeah. Die for each other in a normal way.
A
Yeah, in a
non-piranha
totally sane and
contest.
normal way. Yeah.
As you continue down the hallway, heading towards the lab, you get to a point where it starts becoming busier, and you start seeing things that aren't soldiers. As you approach, you start seeing these golems, is a word to describe them, but they are essentially like a Frankenstein. They're a being of stitched flesh, standing large and strong. Doesn't seem capable of speech, but they are lumbering around, carrying things, conducting experiments in some of the side labs. And you can see the soldiers are giving them a lot of deference, like they are respected elders in a way. And as you are walking past some side labs and storage areas, start hearing strange sounds, jittering from cages, strange groans, the dying. Someone wheels out a gurney carrying a dead body into another room.
At this point, can I do a death sense check for May's earrings?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you making me roll anything for that, or?
Oh, am doing math about how far you are
Okay.
away from where May is.
Okay, but
So
okay, so what you do math, and I'll ask. So is Cal one? And I think that she would. Is Cal one of those people who's like, it's Frankenstein's monster?
Yeah,
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 1000%.
yeah, yeah. So Fish is like, oh, it's a Frankenstein. She's like, you mean the monster?
Yeah, no, she's like Frankenstein's monster in the modern Prometheus. Yeah, not only is she a Frankenstein monster, she would call it Frankenstein or
modern
a modern
Prometheus.
Prometheus.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh, and then they get into an argument in the hall because Fish is like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Frankenstein's monster," and then you're like, "It's not really appropriate to refer to him as Frankenstein's monster because it denotes ownership, while Frankenstein abandoned it. He is his own monster."
It's just like, I definitely don't cry when I read this book or anything.
Oh.
As you are heading into this more crowded area, you are actually too far to automatically get May's earrings on a death sense. But if you give me an Arcana or Perception check high enough, we'll say over a 26, over a 26, I will give at least a direction and distance.
That's funny that you would think I would ever choose perception. Surprisingly, it was one of my few
I
where not.
I put forward what makes sense for the check. I know there is one option you're going to choose over the other.
Surprisingly, not a super high Arcana for me. That was only a 16.
Okay. You can feel that she's maybe somewhere in front of you, but you're getting a lot of confusing directives. There's a lot of things that have died in this building. There's a lot of things that were brought back to life in this building in a not necromantic, but also not necromantic way. A lot of things brought to the edge of death and then sort of recreated. A lot of weird experiments, so it's really kind of overloading your death sense. This place is a charnel house. There is so much death here.
Cal grabs Fish and gives them the death signature of the earrings. I don't think that's very strong, but I think she would still at least try to pass it forward.
Okay. Then I need Fish to give me an Arcana check.
Not 20. Round 3. Let's do it.
Oh, that would be good because again, there is it's +0 to
Yeah.
Arcana. No, that's 11.
Okay. I think you get the impression of the bone earrings, and then it just kind of slips from your mind a little bit. Your necromancy training is non-existent functionally.
Yeah.
So you like get the impression, and you just can't hold on to it.
Fish's necromancy training is make me a cleric without any experience.
Yeah.
No.
You are like, I have watched someone do something that Cal has also done once. End of training. But yeah, as you're continuing forward, you're getting to this much busier area, and you find an internal checkpoint. There is a space in which two of these Frankenstein monsters creatures are blocking a hallway, making people lift up their face mask and compare it to a ID card for their clearance. You do think that May is in that direction. How far, you don't know.
Are there any branching hallways? Like,
There are branching hallways, but looking at the signage, the way you were going, the signs you were following, they're pointing straight past that. And you're thinking, if this is like secure enough internally that there is a checkpoint before getting to like the master's space, the abomination space, it's probably going to be on any alternate pathways too.
Okay. I think it's feasible that Andy would also have sound stones in her, given it's one of the few things she can craft.
Mhm.
Okay.
Cal can also do a pass without trace. I think she might, upon seeing that, she could pause about being like, "You go that way, we slip this way. That'll be easy." You know, the fucking the barracks of it all.
Is Andy and Chantilly also getting?
Yeah, that's what my intention was.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
This is a very like closed, secure environment, so I'm not gonna say this is impossible. It is just a high DC. But being able to like look that way and then stealth past is difficult.
Well, I was gonna have Andy throw or like drop a I guess like a hey, in the vein of fucking North Korea, like a siren.
Do another bomb.
Yeah.
Like, this is uncanny how you guys came up with this same fucking idea.
Andy did say maybe you don't know me that well.
Yeah. No, the horrifying thing that the characters have to like reckon with is that their reflections are not as dissimilar from themselves as they would hope.
I was like, no, I refuse to ever accept that
May's a perfect
reality.
angel.
Oh, I meant for herself, but also that.
Yeah, so I think Andy's just gonna chuck a soundstone down one way and hope that
for a bomb to specify.
Like, yeah, the sound of a bomb.
You got it.
Maybe the smell of smoke. Why not? But she'll like really underhand, subtle, but try to like.
And Cal will pass without trace at that moment.
As you
on the four of them.
As you probably magic telephony Chantilly to set up this plan, she causes the earth in the area to rumble to sell the explosion. Everybody freaks out. Immediately, alarms start going off throughout the facility. Frankensteins turn and like look. One of them lumbers out into the hallway. They're like inhumanly proportioned. They're like too tall and their arms are too long. You think pass without trace. DC just got way lower. You can just slip past this other guard. They have much more important things to worry about right now, mostly in the form of a huge alarm that's going off.
Yeah.
Now that
kind of roll stealth.
Yeah, so time to roll stealth, and Cal's leading because she's now sniffing out for the earrings.
You got it.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're establishing that May will wear the special earrings.
Yeah, she would still be wearing the whole time.
Friendship earrings.
That's a dirty 20 for Andy.
Okay. It's a 29 for metal.
29 also for fish.
Well, Cal's on not her best day, but that's still a 20.
She's shaken from all of this teasing.
Yeah.
This nasty teasing.
Between the security cameras and the guard, I'm going to do perception with advantage. Yeah, definitely gets lower than your average. You guys are away. You start, I don't know if you start sprinting or just speed walking. You get past this guy. There's no more security other than the, like, symbols, and you are just away. Heading in, deeper and deeper and deeper. And with that, we will switch over to another person. As May has watched Dr. Cho be reanimated into this monster thrashing and snarling against chains that keep him tied to the ground. The abomination steps back to admire his work, and you get a more full look at what this being used to be. The head and torso of a man, of Dr. Cho, the arms and legs of some sort of lion creature, and as things shift and move behind him, pinned, held down, but trying to unfurl, you see that perhaps the abomination took his arm and leg bones and created fleshy wings of some description pulling out of his back. As he Jonas and the abomination appreciate this creature, and the abomination says, "I'm a success." Yes, it's very impressive. It's a shame that they're so rare. It's maybe the last one you're able to create. Still, has given me much data. If only I had the gallstone of a greater titan, I think I could push this farther, but still, don't get distracted, my friend. You've had a great advancement here. Tell me, what can it accomplish? I've begun to incorporate some of its powers in my own body, but your gift of the doctor has helped me perfect something I've been working on for a little while. I'm one step closer. I can almost taste it. One step closer, but of course you know what would really help you. Missing piece. One experiment that you lost. The one piece you've always been missing. Enough! The grotesquerie will be mine again! It will, so long as you continue to work with us. Once you have that torso, I'm sure all your problems will be solved. Now, very interested in what this hybrid you've created can do. Tell me, is this for me or for the government? Your experiments are progressing fine. This is for me. Do not take more than your due. I think you forget that we help each other in this. And when you try to undermine me, knocks something off the knocks a beaker off the table, pulls something out of a drawer, and May sees a black crystal with something swimming inside. I should say like a dark gray crystal, not a black crystal, but something swimming inside. Did you think I would not make my creations immune to your children? Trying to corrupt them out from under me? Well, we don't fully trust each other, do we? It's a shame. But we can still work together, regardless. Ah. Seems maybe we have guests. An attack! The House of the Ram! We evacuate! Go! Turns to the Bayou Chu soldiers and the Frankensteins you can see against the walls. Pack the necessary equipment. Turns and hands the artifact to one of his soldiers to put in the box. Take this one if you wish. Give her the regent or not, as you will. These intruders will face a test. Free them. And the soldiers go over to the corners where you see some hospital stalkers scratching and clawing at their crates. Onward start to be unlatched. Other soldiers come by and start unhooking Dr. Cho's manacles restraints as Jonas walks over to May. The Frankensteins and the Abomination leave out the back door, and as the soldiers quickly pack up materials, start to unlock the cages, and pack up this artifact into its ornate box, they all stop. Black veins run through their exposed skin as they all turn towards Jonas. A little tip for you, May. Never assume that you're the smartest in the room. It only leads to trouble. One day, I think you'll come to me when you want answers to questions. They start to consume you. I can feel that anger in you, but you're not quite ready yet. You'll be tested, I think. Iron sharpens iron, May, while inferior metals break. So if this is the last time we speak, I guess you were never really worth my time to begin with. Injector. And Jonas starts to walk away. A soldier possessed by a remnant comes over and injects you in the leg. You can feel the paralysis ever so slowly start to dissipate as the soldiers close the artifact in this box, and instead of following the abomination, walk over to the crates where the hospital stalkers are being released, sets it on top. They and Jonas look back at you, and they all leave as the stalkers bust out of their cage, start sniffing around, and Dr. Cho roars as he breaks the last of his restraints. And with there, May paralyzed and slowly becoming unparalyzed, we will roll initiative as the others running down the hallway. Cal can finally feel May's earrings and know she's just ahead.
Am I rolling initiative as both May and Andy?
Correct.
Yep. Do you want me to send you May's privately, or just...
No, that's fine.
Okay. Well, that's a nat one for me.
Makes sense. Makes
So
a lot of
32.
sense.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
makes total sense.
Hey, I got that third nat 20.
Really?
That's an 8 for
Ow.
Andy.
It's a nat 20 for a total of what? 20?
21.
21. Okay.
Fish looking
Andy got
real handsome
8.
today.
In the with their face covered. What are you trying to say?
That's how they use that body. Okay. May got a nat 1 for a total of what?
Two.
Okay.
Cal got a 13. She is gonna grab Fish and be like, remember to run with May. Nothing else matters. If you get May, just keep running and I will catch up.
Bold. My goodness.
And they
Gently.
nod. Like,
10.
Yep.
Now I need. I'll do that and that. That is a 14. And get this stat.
I just
block up.
realized my profile picture for May on Kiln. The background are like brighter, richer colors than the one Andy has, which is completely unintentional, but a nice
Yeah.
touch.
But it's fun.
Yeah.
Do-do-do. There we go. Okay, so that is. Okay. At the top of the round, we will have Fish, followed by the Hospital Stalkers, followed by Dr. Chobeast, followed by Cal, followed by Chantilly, Andy, and May. All right. Let us dive into Owlbear Rodeo, and I can get some sound effects up. The before any of you else appear, there is essentially going to be a surprise round as you all are running in. So it is going to be the Stalkers and Dr. Cho and May, and then another full round with Fish at the top of the round.
okay, so I shouldn't be. It's. Listen, I'm seeing it anyway.
Oh my god.
Oh
the
no,
detail.
you can all see it but you're just not gonna once it's your turn, you're essentially going to bust in the room.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's a big room, Patrick.
And I will say this room has a ceiling that's about 15 feet up. It's clearly like a converted like warehouse room. So it's got a pretty high ceiling. Chobeast has wings, and the Hospital Stalkers are weird little climbers. So in order to denote height, I have a new system of tags where if I, for example, attach this to Hospital Stalker 1, Stalker 1 is 10 feet off the ground. So that, it's hard to represent height
nice.
in a 2D scenario, but, you may have to, like, aim up to get them in certain regards.
Are we going to do some trigonometry in order to calculate that distance?
Nothing that extreme, but unfortunately, as much as I absolutely fucking hate trigonometry, I'm so mad because as a woodworker, I have to do it all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And instead, I never have to use it outside of school, and then I do, and that's bad. But I will just kind of by gut tell you whether it's within range or not. Fortunately, sort of distance math in D&D is fairly easy. All right, and where is my battle theme? Ba-bum. I do not have it up, which means I'm going to have to pick one and hope I remembered the right name. Is it this one? No. That actually shouldn't be in that folder. Okay. Is it this one? Yep. Okay. All right. First things first, the hospital stalkers crawl out of their cages. It is fairly bright in here, and they do not like that. So, number one is going to turn invisible, and then you hear skittering. Number three is going to turn invisible, and you hear skittering. Number four is going to climb up the wall a little bit, and then skitter across the wall to over here, kind of like rattling weird chains and handcuffs that are on the wall there. And two is going to climb up on top of its box and just look at you. So that is there. And then let me experiment. Okay, that's good. That's, you don't see that. Okay. And this guy's about 5 feet off the ground too. Then it is Dr. Cho's turn. He is going to make a strength with a nat 20. Immediately breaks his chains, so that
Let the man sleep.
that uses half of his movement. He is going to see all of this commotion of people leaving and look at May across the way, and May is disabled and therefore prey. He is going to immediately fly up to the ceiling with a big flap of his weird bat wings, and he is hanging from the ceiling and crawling upside down, kind of like a bat, across the ceiling towards May.
That's a horrible negative vampire stereotype.
Yeah.
That's racist.
Yeah, take it up with the abomination, you know?
I
Yeah.
will.
Wait, he used half of his movement, so he's only here. Okay.
Yeah, the abomination is the guy smoking a blunt, being like, vampires had to turn into vampire bats. They'd have to have a huge ass bat.
Yeah. Do you know the musculature it would take to lift a thing of that size? It's about conservation of weight. Alright, that is May's turn. Please give me a Constitution saving throw. Your DC is 20.
Hang on. Let me get those
You can do
stats
it.
up
Come on.
first of all. Is it? Okay, my Constitution's actually pretty good for a saving throw. All right. That's a nat 1. So I'm not even going to bother trying to add anything onto that with Flash of Genius, unless you think that, Patrick. That's a dirty 5.
Yeah,
Nope.
no.
It's probably good to just leave that as is.
Yeah.
You are watching this horrible, snarling bat creature made out of the man you were supposed to help save crawl across the ceiling, looking to jump down and pounce on you, and you feel a little bit of tingling in your toes as the paralysis is starting to wear off. You think you may be able to move a couple fingers.
Okay, and I can't cast magic either.
Nope.
Do a Kill Bill about it.
Yeah.
Uh, as you, I mean, honestly, yeah. As you probably like get just enough movement in your neck to kind of like tilt slightly down and look down, you can see the gurney you're on is carved with the suppression symbols. So you will not be able to cast magic until you like get off the gurney.
Okay, cool. Cool. Well, I guess she just has to sit there, doesn't she?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, that
Cool.
brings us to the top of the round with Fish's turn. I think between the Soundstone and the sneaking through, Andy would be kind of in front with Cal, with Fish and Chantilly behind. Yeah, you all are running up to the door of what looks like kind of a surgical suite, with the thought that May is on the other side in there. You weren't quite here; you would be a little ways back, so you all probably have about 15 feet of movement left in this turn. But it is, Fish's turn. What do you want to do?
Well, bust through that fucking door. Hold on, just everyone get out of my way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone get out of the way. Get here. You can see everything. Make a perception check.
Yeah. Okay. 8.
Okay. You look into the room. You immediately see May. She's your, primary concern. She seems safe, but not moving very much. But she is moving, so she's still alive. And you're like, oh, May's in a weird nightmare surgery. That's scary. And then you catch like a bit of movement across the room, and you see a hospital stalker, just kind of like long-limbed.
I think you're being
climbing
too generous for an
on
8, but
walls.
okay.
No, because it's directly across from you, and there's nothing obstructing you. What you don't see is the weird bat creature on the ceiling with the 8.
Okay.
Because you don't look up.
Well, alright. She's just gonna be like, oh, well, it's just 1, that's fine. Alright, let's go straight over to May. We can just fucking ignore that thing, frankly. Let's get her up off that gurney. How far? This is so far.
You've used all of your regular movement, but as an action, you can take a dash to get to the
Also,
gurney.
My potentially incredibly stupid plan was Cal shadow stepping over to May, shadow stepping May into Fish's arms, telling Fish to catch float on May and just book it.
Oh, levitate, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was it.
I dig that. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll dash as far as we can. How much does dash give again? Sorry?
Dash gives you your movement again, so it'd be 30 feet. You get about here.
Well,
okay.
my thought is that maybe you want to stay put because Cal would be like, I'm going to get in, give her to you, so you have the shortest distance to run out.
Okay. Well, let's say that, yes, that's been a topic of discussion.
Okay. I think Andy probably it is not super down with that, but is kind of like, we need to say May, and it's like
Andy can go fuck herself.
like,
Yeah.
I guess May is such a a weakling that we can just save her and bounce. Okay.
Yeah, she's the sack of potatoes.
Cal's like, go nuts! Me and Fish going to do the rescue plan.
Okay. Anything else you want to do with your turn, since you're not going to use your action?
Yeah, let me have a real quick.
Oh, so that's just to clarify, that's Ink saving their action to use float once Cal ding. I will say Cal probably will not be able
If
to.
Ink wants to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
we'll do. Oh shit! It's only self. It's levitate self. Sorry.
I thought you used float on Isle Wolf.
No,
They have
that's
to
the
be holding. So Fish is going to have to float, carry
yes.
May.
Okay.
Fish can be floating while carrying May, which doesn't
Yeah.
really get them like any extra speed
No.
or anything.
No,
unless
I
they're
thought-
trying to,
I
like,
thought it
crawl on the
was-
ceiling.
Using float on Isle Wolf, not the opposite.
That is a separate
No.
spell.
Yeah.
Well,
And
we
it
could
is
do it.
difficult it is a bit more difficult to traverse, like, while floating, because it's like, okay, now I have to grab onto shit to pull.
Yeah. I mean, Andy's buffer, so we could have Andy carry me.
Okay. Alright, so no levitating. No levitating?
No, not unless you have a spin of it, because I thought you had an entirely different spell.
No, I do not. In that case, I'm gonna take fish back out to the middle. It was here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just grab May, throw her to the strongest person, Andy, and run out again.
Yep. Sounds good. There are a lot of people between you here and the actual exit, but yeah, absolutely. Then that is Fish's turn. It is the hospital stalkers with Chobeast on deck.
This is extremely funny to me. This is our first ever time we have ever been like, the plan is to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, every single other time you've been like, the plan is to beat this thing. Oh, this is scary. Let's get the fuck out of here. This time you're like, we're not engaging.
Nope.
That's the
just
theme
leave.
of the episode. That's the title. Not engaging.
Yeah.
All right. This goes here, which goes here.
Andy hears this and goes, not engaged yet. And Kel's like, I'll fucking kill you.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you in real life.
Andy picks Cal's pockets and finds a ring in it and is like,
Oh,
oh, is this some fish? And Cal just goes completely red and she goes,
Yeah,
oh shit.
but no, but shut the fuck up. Just get some height markers that I've already set invisible, so I have those if I need them. This guy is over here. Yes. And because Dr. Cho flew up, this hospital stalker is going to climb down from the crate and skitter over this way because it does not want to be near Cho. Then I think cuts across the room.
For the recording's sake, I just want you to know I just made a weird noise because Pepper meowed. I just need that to be on record.
Thank you.
The stalker hustles over here and is kind of hiding under and behind this table. This stalker goes over here, tries to get out the door, finds it locked, and is going to then use his action to turn invisible as well. And this guy...
Are we doing a full... I'm Luke Skywalker and I'm here to rescue you? I just realized because we're all wearing like the...
Yeah, we are.
Oh, Cal's a little too short to be a stormtrooper.
Oh.
Yeah, oh, that makes sense.
Guys, it's the rise of Andy May. Because Andy is definitely Han in this instance.
Well, okay, yes. However, I want Fish to be Han for the purposes of the "How are you?" intercom call.
Wait, yeah, I'll try to spot you at the...
Yeah, just very briefly for that.
Okay, cool. That is the hospital stalkers. Chobeast is going to crawl across the ceiling, full movement, 40 feet. And yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say, while Patrick's describing the horrors, I just want you guys to know I'm just thinking about all of the dessert I bought today and how excited I am to eat it.
Yeah. To cap off the perfect meal of this session.
Yeah.
And then I think he's gonna use the action for a dash. Double move, opens the big wings, flies down from the ceiling, kind of like lands on top of May, wrapped around wings to other side of the gurney. Looks like it's about to eat her.
And now Fish finally sees it and goes,
Yes.
"What
It just
the
like
fuck?"
appears in front of you. This giant bat thing flies down right in front of you.
It's like an alien where she's like trying to turn her little tongue, a little
Yeah.
head tongue is coming out. Yeah.
Fish is like, are you Goliath from Gargoyles?
I always thought you were sexy. Okay, that is, Dr. Cho does not have the ability to attack because we
I
moved.
haven't watched enough Gargoyles. Would Fish be a Goliath guy?
I watched it so long ago, I do not remember.
Ellie, you
part where-
seem a Gargoyles girly. I think she's gone. What were you gonna say?
This is the part where you all bully me for being the baby, but I've never seen a single episode.
I've only
I'm
seen
not-
clips.
I'm not surprised.
Okay.
No, it's
Yeah.
genuinely,
it
it's
wasn't
not
even,
just
even
because
past my
you're
time,
young.
it was a little
Yes.
late. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's not just because you're young. I watched it because I'm old.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it either. I think because you.
I
and
watched
Yeah.
it when it was
same age as
airing
me.
on TV.
Yeah.
as a child. So yeah, you may have been like 2 or 3 when Gargoyles was like permanently off the air.
Yeah.
Gargoyles predates me by a little bit. It was just still airing when I was watching it.
But remove the B.
Yeah, that is Cal's turn with Chantilly on deck.
Cool. I don't want to get in the mix because I'm trying to not be stupid. I know my entire. I
The
know.
previous plan was to get in the mix, but
In
that's
the mix.
defunct now. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not really much of a point to it. I mean, I do think it makes sense, but it makes sense to keep doing that without putting Cal as much at threat level. Because we're 60 feet away. 'Cause, like, hypothetically, I could go. Yeah, no, I'm like, if I use. You said we only had 15 feet of movement yet left?
Yes.
I-
For like your normal movement, because that's just representing you running down the hall and then bursting through the door.
Okay, because it would be. Yeah, because I only. Even if I used my action for that, I'd still only get 45 feet forward, so that wouldn't really matter too much. Yeah, I don't know. I still kind of want to save spell points for that, so let me see if I can get anything at Mr. Motherfucker. Yeah, I'll try to attack
Doctor
Cho Beast.
Motherfucker. That's Doctor Motherfucker to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Dr. Beast is,
Yeah.
is Mr. Beast's evil
I was
older
gonna
brother.
say, it's not Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast's evil fucking twin.
Yeah,
Mr.
no.
Beast was my father. my army of Feastables.
Okay, you run in the room, and then you're going to try to attack Cho Beast.
I'm gonna stay in the I'll just like out of it enough that I have like full movement to attack, and then I'll do a shadow spear.
Okay, this is your full movement. Where do you want to be?
Just outside the doorway of the hallway, just like in the door.
Okay, do you want to get in the door? Because that might make it a little harder for Andy and Chantilly to like shoot past you if they're gonna do stuff.
Okay,
You
yeah,
maybe, like,
I'll be about there, about there.
about there.
Yeah, makes it also less difficult to accidentally shoot fish if I'm standing here.
Out down there.
Shame.
Yeah. I'm moving everything because for some reason the grid's unsnapped, so they're not the same.
Oh,
Here we go.
Cal gets to daintily. Heelfish and Chantilly and Andy are like mean girls in elementary school going, ooh, she's like, I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, we're still injured from
Getting
earlier.
smacked around, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Did I remember to put that on here? I think I did. Yes, I did. Wait, no, I only did the first one, not the second one.
It was 9 both times.
It was 10 and no, it was 10 and 9.
Oh, it was 9 both times for me.
Oh. Patrick, do you have a pencil with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Patrick, are we
Are
going to
you
get
not-
nasty battle music soon?
Are you not prepared for session?
I have an eraser.
Listen, maybe you could like give her a hint. Be like, hey, we might have a fight this one, so be ready for a fight.
There you go. You get rocked.
Becoming a very accidentally 80s themed. Ooh.
Nice.
Look at the pencil he gave me.
Well, if you wanted nice supplies, you should have brought your own to class.
Yeah, no, I was like, that's
Why
what
do
the
you-
teacher gives you, like, the shitty chewed-up pencil.
We do have
and it's
another
like,
pencil in here if you want it.
no, this is funny. It makes me feel like I'm playing mini golf.
Also, your some of your Copics are in this drawer for reasons unknown.
What video game is from this from?
Yeah.
Genuinely, don't know. I got this randomly, and it is clearly in the style of a bunch of video games. I don't know that this is pre-existing from a property. Somebody made this and uploaded it to a sound effect website.
But yes, a shadow spear for me, please.
Okay. Shadow Spear, roll to hit.
Gets me in the way.
They're not that close. Wait, where did I fucking put the card? Sorry, I had it pulled out. No, I just pulled it. Okay.
Not prepared for
I swear to God, do you have somewhere to be, bitch? You have a hot date after session? Come on.
I do. I always do. I have dinner with my girlfriend.
Cringe, fail, etc., etc.
17 to hit.
17 hits. Roll damage.
Do I have any flanking? Oh, I do have flanking, right?
I would say that May is not considered a threat. at
You
this
told
moment.
me before that if someone was prone, they still counted.
She is prone and paralyzed.
All right.
I think the threat May poses is maybe drooling on this guy as she dribbles a bit before she dies. So
What about fish?
Is fish close enough?
Fish is not close enough to get flanking. You need to be within 5 feet.
All right. Well, that's fine. That is only 7 damage. Necrotic.
7 damage. This beast creature screams at you. It sounds kind of like words. It sounds like words trying to be spoken through a tortured and misshapen throat. 7 damage seems to have bothered it, I will say.
And then bonus action hide.
Okay. Where are you?
Like Kronk against the wall.
Yeah, where are you hiding?
Is there anything I can do with Pass Without Trace? Or just like it's super fucking well lit in here?
It is super fucking well lit in here because it is a surgical suite.
I'll scooch back down the hallway then.
Okay, yeah. If you wanna use, your additional 5 feet of movement or whatever you have left to get back in the hallway and then hide, you absolutely can.
Yeah, I'll do that. She stepped out to attack, and then she slipped back in to actually hide.
Cool. Give me that stealth check.
21.
Maybe have.
She can
Andy
slide behind
get
with
through that door?
I was gonna say, she can slide behind the girls. Like, she has enough movement to, like, squeeze between the two of them.
Yeah, it may take like an extra 5 feet of movement or so.
Yeah, but that's fine. She can let the two of them go through, and she can slip behind them.
Okay. Dr. Beast growls and snarls at Cal as she fires off a shadow spear thunking into him in the side. That is Chantilly with Andy on deck. Chantilly is going to scoot by Cal and step off to the side right here. Look in horror as a personal friend of hers that she knew.
Personal?
A weird beast creature. And then see that May is underneath him and attack. I think. Yeah, I think she is going to use a cantrip as her action. Oh, nope, that's out of range. Yeah, that one's in range. Okay. Metal sees Dr. Cho crouching over May, and through a little bit of tears that seem to spring up, she brings fire into her fist and launches a bunch of bolts of fire right at him. That is going to be 3 attack rolls. That is hit, just barely. Hit. Miss. Okay, that is 4 to 6 total.
I thought you said 46. I was like, fuck me.
I mean,
Alright, go wash
yeah,
Chantilly.
with some things.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a total of 12 points of damage as fire blossoms in her hand and shoots off into the room. One hitting him in the face, the other in the back, and then the third just missing as he kind of rears up, flashing by May's face. As May goes, "Whoa!" And Chantilly goes, "Sorry, May."
So my thought is that May is looking in the other direction, so she has no idea what's going on, and is very what the fuck at the sound of Metal's voice. Yeah.
All right, that was her action. I'm gonna use a bonus action. No, I think save that. Okay, this song is a banger.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's that'll be her turn. She doesn't want to use a bonus action right now. Okay, that is going to be Andy with May on deck.
Okay, Andy takes her the same movement to here, Patrick.
Okay. You'd actually probably
and
be
can I?
over here because you
Yeah,
can't
sure.
quite get that far.
And can I have her do a free check to see what just train my to
Free check to do what?
see like what sort of damage he might be vulnerable to, in combination with like all the time she's experienced / seen guys.
Yeah. I guess give me an Arcana or Perception check.
Perception, obviously. That is a 15
Okay.
for perception.
With a 15, it's pretty hard for you to tell. This is a weird, this is a weird hybrid creature. It doesn't really conform to anything you've seen in nature. The, main part of it seems to be a guy. So, you don't
Guys are
know.
vulnerable to bullets.
Yeah, we're vulnerable to bullets. You don't know if there's if this type of hungman, this type of vampire is weak to something, or any of the other creatures it's fused with. So I think with a 15, you don't really get a good idea. Yeah, and I'd say you don't see any particular strengths other than the creature as it's hanging over May is flexing and pulling stitches that are keeping it all together, and is gushing slow dark red blood, and you're like, okay, this thing may have a fairly high constitution modifier if it's able to survive seemingly in probably a lot of pain at all times. That's the only thing you get with a 15.
And it's hanging over her. It's not in any form of cover. Yeah.
It's say what?
Is it? It's hanging over her. It's not. There's no cover or anything.
Yeah. It doesn't have any cover. May has a little
cool.
bit of cover because of it.
Yeah.
That's
that's
what
fine.
I was trying to. Yeah. That's what I was trying to.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Andy is gonna drop to one knee and take a shot at it.
All right.
What's its? What am I aiming for? My roll to hit.
You don't know.
Okay.
I let you know when you hit, and I tell you.
Sure. Well, I'm gonna say it hits because that is a 28.
Yeah, definitely hit.
damn.
As you pull out the sniper rifle and take aim and just bam, right in the get it probably right in the shoulder. Roll
Damage
damage.
this bad boy. That's also pretty good. That's a 12.
Okay. 12 damage. Seems really angry, and like you kind of successfully distracted it from May for a moment.
Cool. She's going to distract further and use Action Surge and do it again.
Okay. Action Surge. Give me another attack. One of Andy's unique abilities.
It's not bad. That is a 21.
All right, 21. Another. You line up the shot, goes off, immediately cycled around, fire again.
Yeah. Let me tell you what the damage is. Not bad. 7.
Okay. With a 7, this thing is not doing so hot. It's not on its last legs by any means. It is injured. It has definitely felt what you and Kel have done to it, as it kind of screams at you. Hey!
Yeah, cool.
All right. Any bonus actions?
I don't think I have any. Yeah. Patrick, theoretically, how long is a minute in terms of rounds?
A minute is 10 rounds.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
All good. Andy's done.
All right. Then it is May with the top of the round and Fish on deck. Give me a Constitution saving throw, DC 20.
Please, God. Well, it's a slight improvement. That's a 6.
Okay. With a 6, you're starting to be able to move your hands a little bit, maybe bend your knees a little bit. I think that next turn, if you really put like all of your focus and effort into it, you might be able to push yourself off the gurney onto the ground.
Yeah, that's the dream.
All right, that is the top of the round with Fish.
From the scream of that sounded a bit like attempting to actually communicate, Fish has decided to go in with beast speech and say, what do you... Okay, no, let me think on it. Stop that. And what do you want that isn't to eat my friend?
What you get back is not like comprehensible. You are using, essentially speak with animals with something that is not an animal, but also not an animal. It's part animal. What you get back is like concepts rather than like full intelligible thoughts. You get the sense that this thing wants to kill everyone and everything that is in this room, and it feels like it has like you get the sense that it feels like it's missing something. It has some kind of hole in itself that it is trying to fill by maybe eating you guys, and it is in constant pain. So it is not like totally and completely unreasonable, but you are going to have a very hard time like convincing it to do something that's not attack you.
Mm-hmm. But does it have any focus or care on Fish?
It like notices that you're talking to it and is like struggling to communicate, but it seems to mostly be focused on May underneath it and Andy right in front of it, who just shot it a bunch. Also, the sound cut out, so I need to do this. Put that back. There we go.
Okay.
That was actually diegetic. Fish was like, cut the music. Hey, what do you want?
Cut the music.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? The Abomination likes to listen to music while he works. Let's kill the radio. Kill the radio. Yeah, kill it. What do you want?
Okay. Full movement back again? Yeah?
Yeah, 30 feet.
Then Fish is gonna like go all the way up there, like doing with the hands, like, alright, buddy, wild animal, like a boar. It's like you could totally maim and mincemeat me. But if I come at you, if I'm not a threat, just fucking calm down now. Animals like me historically. And if it's not hostile towards Fish.
You can see it sort of like rearing up as you get close, of like May is like prey, it's dragged to its nest that you might try to take away. So it's not like actively hunting Fish, but it may still like strike at you.
Is it hostile?
Hostile requires a certain amount of, intention, activity. It is not currently hunting Fish. It will make Fish its priority if Fish gets too close. Fish is right now just down the list a couple spaces in things to eat. But if Fish wants to be at the top of that list, it can be.
Can we cast Friends on Dr. Cho?
Let me look at the exact wording of Friends. I don't believe so. You would need something higher level, I believe. No, unfortunately, I'm going to say you can't cast Friends, because while it is not like actively trying to kill you in this moment, it is hostile to you generally.
Okay.
It's in conflict with you in this moment.
Okay, well then Fish is approached, like, oh, it's all gonna be fine, and then like, oh, I probably couldn't actually convince you of anything. Ah, fuck it, blasphemous darts straight into the face.
It's all love here. No? Okay. Okay, you got it. Give me those damage rolls.
Okay. The first dart does 8. The second, that's a weird 4 that they've done. Hold on, look at this fucking 4. What is this? What's this?
Oh, fat 4. Like a G.
Yeah, anyway. So that's 8. Wait. No, I'm so silly. I apologize. That's 5. And then that's 4. And then the final third one does 9.
Wow. Okay. Chobeast really felt that, just getting blasted in the face. It tries to like cover its face with its paws and wings as it screams at you. Yeah, you really just ran up and blasted it right in the face. That's bonus action and your movement. Do you want to use an action?
Yeah, is May tied down? Like, let's just
May is-
loosen her up and like
May is
let's.
not currently restrained in any way that you can see. I think you can see her kind of like twitching a little bit and kind of like vaguely conscious, it looks like to you from the outside, that you're like, oh, she's paralyzed or something. And I think you can see the like arcane symbols written on her gurney. So you're like,
Right.
first, get her off that. Then we'll see.
Yeah. If she's they're like, she's probably unconscious. I'm dressed as a soldier, but if she is, she'd recognize the blasphemous darts and know that's me. But so is just going to start to drag her on off, and with at least the goal to like get her on the floor and get her onto the gurney so they get to absorb the hit that Cho would attempt.
Okay. Give me a athletics check.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck?
Another one?
So that's my 4th nat 20 of the session,
Wow.
I believe.
Are these the
My
fish dice?
God,
Yes.
that's why.
Yeah.
You can
21.
you can very easily roll May off the gurney and sort of put her in a fireman's carry. You think you cannot like back away from this creature without getting a swipe at you, but if you're willing to,
I've also used all the movement anyway.
yeah. But you are able to very easily get May kind of down and protected next to you. Ellie, as May leaves the gurney, you feel your magic kind of flare back, and you're going to have a lot of trouble with verbal and semantic components because you're still mostly paralyzed. But you will be able to like at least attempt magic now.
Can I magical telephony at the moment?
Yes. That is
Yeah,
entirely psychic power. You don't need any verbal or semantic components.
Yeah, the moment she sees fish in her
Well,
vision.
she doesn't see fish.
She doesn't see fish.
She's
Oh,
absolve her,
okay.
blasphemous darts, and then drag you off the gurney. I
Oh,
think it's like,
okay,
I
never mind
think this
then.
is fish.
It's
but
on you
also
to recognize
weird.
the green dots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or
Um,
I guess fish by smell.
Is it reasonable, Patrick? Is it reasonable she would assume it's fish?
I think it's reasonable to be like, I know fish has weird powers that no one else has, and this is very much a fish power. But you also like saw a shadow spear like come. You didn't see who cast it,
Yeah.
like come above it and stab into it, and you're like, my friends are here.
Yeah.
So funny.
And then you
though,
roll over in the fireman's carry, and you see probably Andy put her face shield up to get a good shot. And you're like, "Oh no, my not friends are here."
Yeah,
no, I was
okay,
gonna say,
yeah.
that's so funny. If it was like I heard Metal's voice, there's me shooting at. Who are you, strange fish? And fish is like,
Yeah,
no, you.
No, if she I think that's really reasonable for her to see the reflections. Then I'm gonna go with that. So she says nothing and thinks, well, they don't need to know that there's invisible stones in the room.
If they know, it's fine, as long as I escape.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Um,
Fish is just gonna. This isn't to like negate that because it's still very funny. The more misunderstanding there is, but Fish is just doing the like, all right, mate, we got you. You know, you're all right.
We're here to save you. I'm Fish. May's like, this liar's trying to trick me.
That's exactly what a reflection would say.
With the Nat 20 athletics check, you will be able to fully protect May, like with your body. You'll be able to give her 3/4 cover to any attack. You will also be able to carry her by halving your movement. You'll be able to drag her with you. You just a matter of leverage. Maybe it's the uniform just being like, oh my god, I feel so like manly, I guess.
Yeah.
You just hoist May up into a perfect position where her weight is just like perfectly balanced, where you're like, oh, I got this.
Yeah. Cal, the nat 20s is amounting to Cal see Fish be consistently extremely competent, and she's just like, I can't deal with this right now. I'm starting to get it in a hypothetical way. Nope.
I think it's small.
Push that down.
She is back in the hole, but Fish still is like just gonna call back like, all right, I'm just gonna run out with her. So you know, follow along. And that's the end of the turn.
All right. That is the hospital stalkers, and then Dr. Cho on deck. This one is going to... Here. This one is going to... And this one is like very warily keeping an eye on Dr. Beast and Andy, and is just kind of like gonna try and sneak this direction using all of its movement. Just sneak. Okay, that is Dr. Cho's turn. That is going to be...
Also, just because Fish can't necessarily understand what Joe Beast is saying, doesn't mean that he can't back. So it's gonna be another thing of like, just fucking let us go, dipshit.
Yeah. Just because he can't speak doesn't mean he doesn't understand. I will say May is not able to communicate this to anyone if she doesn't, trust them. But I do want to remind Ellie that the artifact you've been searching for is sitting here farther in this room.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Left, like, bait for you by Jonas.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All right, that is Dr. Cho's turn. Fish has taken May, so while he is very pissed at Andy and is probably going to focus on attacking her, Fish is right here. So, first thing we're going to do is a big lion paw is going to snake out and smash into Fish. Roll that attack roll.
Please take them out in one hit. It would be so funny.
Shockingly, Fish actually dodges. Yeah.
They're too confident.
They're too
They
confident.
need to get humbled.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no,
then-
they're like, in the back of my conscious mind, I can feel that Caligulus is seeing me do things good.
Yeah. And I need to capture that somehow. Then it is going to turn to fish, open its mouth very wide. You can see it has like some surgically implanted teeth that mean its jaw can't like quite close all the way, and things go a little bit gray as it starts to suck some life force out of you. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. They're gonna say, I'm not that kind of doctor. That's just 10.
Okay. Your AC goes down by 1, while you see power flow into Dr. Joe as his AC increases by 1.
Oh, don't like that.
No, bad. Fish's AC is 11 now.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Beast here is going to scream at Andy and then fly up to the ceiling into this corner, and when flying does not get attacks of opportunity.
Yep, and Fish says, yeah, get her ass.
And is going to kind of duck into this corner so Andy doesn't have a clear shot on him anymore. Bonus actions. Yes, actually. This one, sorry, he has spells, which is always very hard to keep track of because it means I have to have like 17 windows open at once.
I just want to say that the last 2 name suggestions on Owlbear have been Camel and Coatl. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm like, it's like they know her name is Cal.
Yeah.
You have to let me back in. I got kicked out.
Why does it always kick you out? Why doesn't it like
It's
you?
the browser I use. I forgot to switch it.
Okay. Then it is going to use... Yep. It is going to cast a spell, I think actually before it runs away, because Andy has pissed it off. That I need May, Fish, and Andy to make charisma saving throws.
Jesus fucking Christ.
A
It's
fifth?
not it's not a
Okay.
nat 20, but it's very high still. Yeah, that's a 26.
26. Okay. Yeah. Definitely good enough to pass. What was it
I
for
was
May?
like, Fish, I need you to do something stupid and demeaning towards women immediately.
Ellie, you're very quiet.
Oh yeah, sorry. So it's an 18 for May and a 4 for Andy.
A what for Andy?
A 4.
Okay. May passes, despite being, only semi-conscious. I think that's the thing. Just kind of wasn't paying attention enough, so the kind of rolls off of her. Andy is affected. Yep. Okay. Andy is now under the effect of Bane. Whenever Andy makes an attack roll or a saving throw, you have to roll a d4 and minus it from whatever you roll.
Ugh. Okay.
I don't think I have a specific one for Bane, so I put you under Hexed. Wow. There you go.
Oh, you think the shadows are your ally? I was born in them.
I was born in them, molded by them. I was not a doctor until I was already a man. By then, I was some sort of bad beast. Okay, that is Cal with Chantilly on deck.
Okay. So pretty much at this point, the goal is just getting May and Fish towards the exit, right?
I mean, may have a different goal, but is choosing not to communicate it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We as players know that we'd probably want to go get that fucking ambulance.
Yeah.
Cow and Fish, no such thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just kind of having a thought. I was like, obviously I can hit Mr. Beast again. I was also thinking that there are a decent amount of corpses in this room that I could use Raise Dead for purposes, which I am thinking about in terms of my remaining spell points. Where are our corpses? Are we... I see there are two...
There's one here, there's one here, and in kind of the lab area, there are random bits of bone and such, where you may be able to make essentially a zombie from everything in this area, if you're willing to, like, collect things.
Yeah. Okay, you can only do one at a time anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But yeah, potential skeleton, potential zombie.
Do we want to have fun? Do we want to have fun with the skeleton?
Yeah.
Go on.
Why else are we here?
Range is 10 feet. That is true. Yeah, they're about equidistance, right? No, the skeleton's a little faster. All right, I'll go get the skeleton man. Let me get close to the skeleton man enough to reanimate him.
What's the range on animated?
10 feet.
10 feet? Okay, then yeah, you only need to get this close. Go ahead and give it to me.
Yeah, so I will choose a pile of bones and reanimate him. I can use a bonus action to command any creature you made with the spell, as long as he's within 60 feet of me. You will decide where this creature, the action this creature will take and where it will move during its next turn, or you can issue a general command, such as to guard a particular chamber or corridor. If you issue no commands, the creature only defends itself against hostile creatures. Once given the order, the creature continues to follow it until its task is complete. So, my turn is Raise Dead. My bonus action is command for Mr. Bones.
Okay, what command do you give him?
I tell Mr. Bones to go over to the gurney and help out Fish with getting a... Actually, because we don't want to get her back on there because of the spell on it. Though I guess somebody could disable it. What do we... do you think Mr. Skellabone should just carry her, or use the gurney and just disable the magic blocker on it?
It's just doing the carrying though.
Yeah, well, Fish has spells they may want to be using instead of carrying Maggie, was my thought.
Right, okay.
And then I will have Skellebones, like, guard the door for us eventually. I was just thinking about immediately it might be good to just help Fish out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can also just raise it this turn and use my bonus action for something else, and then, like, he's just, waiting to obey orders.
Yeah. I don't think that there is a way to easily deactivate.
We can just use it as a barricade too. I'll have him come over to Fish, grab the gurney in case it's needed, and then Cal will think, well, it can be a barricade for the door.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Gonna head over this way. The skeleton gives you a little salute as you see kind of the ragged remains of what looks like civilian clothing. As it runs over here, the invisible hospital stalker with a prepared action is going to hit it with its tentacle attack.
Better him than us.
Yeah.
And that's a hit. I do have the skeleton stats, so let me just.
I was going to say, do you need?
Yeah,
I
let
have
me
my
just
card.
open that up so I'm not having to constantly ask you.
A one-hit KO.
No. Well, and in that case, he died for our sins.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that does hit. Okay, that is going to be.
Hey, he has a higher armor class than Fish, so.
Yeah,
Jesus.
true. Okay. The skeleton takes 8 damage and is grappled by the hospital stalker as its long limbs like wrap around it and suck it into this desk here.
Yeah, Cal watches that happen and goes, ugh. And then it's like,
Press
oh!
fluff it like a crab claw.
Well, at least it was that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you
Yeah.
for sacrificing your life, skeleton guy.
Yeah, Cal goes, thank you for your service.
Bye.
And then steps out and like gestures Cal and Fish and May to like come, and she's gonna like use the remainder of her, I think her 10 feet of movement to go back into the just scooch a little closer to the
But the way
right
out,
now.
the way out is the other side.
Oh, is it?
This
I
is
thought
the
that's
this is the way that that May would know. Jonas and the Abomination and all the security left in this direction.
Yeah.
This direction is the way you came in. There is
Yeah.
really like a hornet's nest this direction because of all the security, because Andy threw a bomb over here. So like getting out this way, you will probably have to like fight people versus this way. You may be more able to sneak out, but you know, there's a big room in the way. So
Okay.
like,
I mean,
you
in
can
that case,
exit in
if
both
Cal starts
directions
backing that, and if
independently.
Fish was like, let's go this
Yeah.
way, she would like accept that, but I don't think she would necessarily come on her own and being like, let's go through this whole room.
yeah. No, Fish is like, come on, we were just there, and that was
That place sucks now.
happening. Let's go. So let's go this way.
Yeah. All right, then she'll move forward. She'll be keeping an eye on Mr. Skellebones.
All right, then you're there. That is Chantilly's turn with Andy on deck. Metal gets slightly startled when a invisible creature that she recognizes from glimpses in a dark hospital suddenly appears and snatches a skeleton out of the air. I think she is going to probably try to run over and like attack it essentially. Yeah, you know what? Metal is a much more combat-oriented person than other Metal is, so I will have her fight smart. All right, she is going to use the Prime spell to weaken the hospital stalker that is holding the skeleton. This is going to give it disadvantage on its acrobatics check, which is what it would use to maintain a grapple. And yeah, it is hexed. Then how is she gonna kill it? Yeah. Nope, probably that one. Yeah, fuck it, why not? She is going to, run up and, Stone Fist. just in range, pushes past Cal. Stone Fist. That is going to be a hit, definitely. Takes 2d10 bludgeoning damage plus 1d6 fire damage from the prime spell. That is 15 damage as she just blasts into this thing. It explodes into fire and immediately has to make a acrobatics check to keep hold of the skeleton. This is number 1. It is decently injured right off the bat. And let's do that acrobatics check. Can you roll a acrobatic or athletics check for your skeleton?
My skeleton? Yeah.
Your skeleton.
Athletics or acrobatics? How would I do that? Because I see that I do have stats, but it's just strength, dex, con.
Athletics is strength, acrobatics is dex. Your dex is higher, so do acrobatics. So d20 plus 2.
Okay.
Oh, right. It has disadvantage.
You got a 12.
Okay. The skeleton is freed from the restraints as the hospital stalker fully loses its attachment to the wall and falls down and slams onto the desk right here in front of you.
Does my skeleton continue doing what he was supposed to do? Because he had an interrupted action.
His turn was interrupted by the grapple, so he doesn't immediately get more movement now. But the order that you gave stays until you give a new one. So he's still going to want to go forward and try to help them when he next goes, which will be on your turn. Okay, that is Chantilly, and it is now Andy's turn.
All right, and he's going to move to here. And then she's gonna take a shot at old mate. So it's 1d4 off.
He does have a little bit of cover right now.
Well, she's gonna use her special ammunition, obviously. Yep. Okay. So it's just the 1d4 attack.
You cut out for something. What's up?
Sorry. So it's 1d4 off the roll to attack, to hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
To hit.
Okay. That's a 10. Oh, sorry, I didn't even know yet. I will calculate. Never mind. That's a 13.
Okay. With a 13, you would have hit if Dr. Beast had not just gotten more AC. So with a 13, it swings around and dodges behind the pillar, screeching at you. As you fire, everybody else sees as you use one of your bullets that it curves in the air like a mid-tier action movie from the mid-2000s as it fires out and curves in the air around the pillar to hit it.
And Fish is just like, oh yeah, like the dots.
Yeah, like the darts, except a bullet. That's not the right one.
Wait, hang on.
That's right.
Hang on. No, I didn't add my plus 10.
Oh. Well,
I was sorry. I was thinking it's not right here. So I'm thinking of 23.
So wait, you rolled a 10.
No. I rolled a 14, and then I rolled the d4, and I got a 1, so I took that off. But I forgot to add the plus 10 that I get.
So it's 23.
Yes.
So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I was looking at it come on. Okay, let me roll damage then. Not bad. That's a 14.
Okay. 14 damage. Chobis is looking pretty fucked up.
Yeah, good. Does that break his concentration?
He has to roll to see if it breaks his concentration.
Okay.
Hold on. Math. Okay. Concentration check. He adds his Constitution modifier, which is a +3, so he needs to get a 11 or higher to maintain concentration. He does not.
Nice.
So yeah, concentration is lost, and Andy is no longer hexed. Okay. Any bonus actions?
No.
All right. Then
Fish heals over. We're going through that door.
we're going through that door.
And he just ignores.
Yeah.
Obviously,
and
we're
he-
going.
Damn, I'm
the-
just trying to keep you updated. An asshole.
Well, she doesn't say that. She just doesn't need to respond.
Yeah,
sort
she
of
doesn't
deal.
say anything. And Fish is like, hello! Hello!
Pay attention to me.
Andy!
And then whispers to semi-conscious May, your reflection is she's so mean.
She's so mean. All right, that is going to be May's turn.
Oh, is the DC still 20?
It is 15 now since you are
15,
starting to recover.
ooh.
Yeah.
Well, that was a nat 20, so that's
There
a
we
dirty
go.
Oh my
24.
god. All right. With a nat 20, you find that as Fish is getting you into the fireman carry, as soon as you're off that gurney, you try and force your power into Cat. You try to do an attack on this creature and you can't, and instead you just take your magic and you just push it into your body the way Sinner taught you. And you just start flushing those toxins out. You are fully recovered in that you can move and speak and stand. You are no longer restricted in verbal or somatic components for spellcasting. You essentially got 2 successes immediately, which means you have a speed of 15 rather than your 30, and you may be able to recover farther starting on your next turn when your Constitution save DC will be 5.
Okay.
Okay,
Excellent.
so Fish murmurs to May, your reflection sucks, and her eyes snap open.
Pretty much. And I would say now May sees Fish and sees it actually. Thank God. And
No,
Bring-
the mask is still on.
oh, of course, right.
Yeah.
In that case, but it would be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. In which case, she fucking is like, holy fuck, what is going on? Does not deign to speak to them, and is going to cast See Invisibility and start making a run.
I think that's so funny, the idea of Fish reflection and May seeing each other for the first 2 years and being like, hey, by the way, yo, your reflection turned out to be a dickhead. I just need you to know that.
Yeah, I need you to know that. Alright, See Invisibility has a range of... Oh, no, just your regular range of sight. Wow. Okay, shit, and it's not concentration either. Cool.
No, it's not. That's
You
why it
can
costs so
see
much.
invisibility, which means as May is struggling to her feet, maybe trying to not lean on Fish as much, get ready to shove them to the side and make a break for it. You, but nobody else can see the hospital stalker lying in wait right here under this table. See?
Yep.
I see him.
and you see the other one crawling from behind this fridge right here.
And there's one left somewhere, isn't it?
There are the
Cool,
other
right?
two are visible. There's this one right here behind Andy.
Oh yes, yeah.
Um,
And then one with the skeleton. Cool.
and then there's
The way is clear, is what I'm hearing.
yeah, there's nothing immediately in the way. You know that you can't see the entire room. There's some angle that like you can't fully see. But like as far as you can tell, there's the only thing that could possibly like jump out at you is hiding right here, and you're good.
Yeah, cool. There's no ethereal objects in the room that I might be able to see as well.
There is a. Give me an Arcana check to
Ooh.
tell me if you understand what you're seeing.
Well, that's not hot. May's up, but not back to a full thing. I'm going to use Flash of Genius. That's a 4.
A 14?
Yep.
Okay. With a 14, there's a little bit of a haze and weird like clusters of something in the ethereal plane. With a 14, I think your best guess is from the device, but it feels like exhaust of power into the ethereal plane somehow. And I don't think that's necessarily anything that helps you right in this moment, but maybe will help you in the future
Okay.
in understanding some things. Yeah.
All right. In that case, May is going to. God, that's not very far. Basically, the aim, Patrick, is that she's going to try and like run through like here to avoid the stalker as far as she can get generally.
So
in that direction.
You're immediately like running towards Auntie.
Yeah.
You become
Not looking
conscious
at her.
and go, fuck you. You
No,
now have
it's
to make a
obvious he's not
decision
looking to
whether
engage.
Andy shoots May.
No, because May is very much not looking at Andy.
Yeah.
It would be clear from her body language she's not. Yeah. But
Okay.
Andy is like, what are you doing? And May doesn't reply. May
And-
successfully does not engage.
And Fish calls out after her, is like, what the? May! It's me! What the fuck? Wait.
Get your ass back here!
Your ass back here. What are you
Get your
doing?
I had to rescue you! Come back!
May is
Should've
like,
said I'm
it
doing a bad
looks like
job.
almost drunkenly stumbling, like, ugh,
Yeah.
like, why?
I was gonna carry you. Fucking hell.
Well, it is the top of the round and Fish's turn, so you can immediately just follow after her and be like, let me carry you, you dipshit. You can barely walk.
Well, look, if she seems so determined, Fish will like follow along afterwards, but like going in the direction of the fucking the door.
Okay.
Just to be like, all right, yep, we're going out this way. Why are you going around the table? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah.
What?
Do you see this?
May's being
Did you
weird.
say something to her?
I sent her a flat. Makes eye contact with Andy. I said a reflection is great.
Cal instantly understands. May, are you already healing?
May will just look back and says, I don't need any help from my reflections. Thank you very from any reflections. Thank you very much.
Cal goes, and then uses like this is me cheating a little bit, but it's like mage hands, Fish's like mask off their face. Turn around!
I'm not falling for that one.
Oh wait, no. Fish is ahead. If Fish is ahead, I would have said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being like.
Yeah. Fish can now be like,
It's ice.
hey.
Oh, May's like, oh, you did come to rescue me. That's nice. That's very nice. I need to get something
you
around the
thought
corner. Let's
bath
keep
meant
moving.
nothing?
Why are there reflections here?
Yeah, literally. She'd be like, okay.
We didn't invite them. They just kind of showed up.
They're quote unquote helping.
Yeah, at this point, May's already disengaged. She's very disoriented. She's got to get that box.
Yeah, she's got to get her box. It's true. All right. What actions or bonus actions does Fish want to take?
Bonus no. Turn back and bonus action. Blasphemous darts. Dr. Cho to death, hopefully.
Okay.
Just to take care of that.
That damage.
Okay. 1 dart does 4. 1 dart does 5. And the third one does 7.
Oh my goodness. You got exactly how much health he had left.
Wow, confident fish.
Yep.
Very sexy. You watch Dr. Cho get blasted trying to shield himself with his wings, fall off of the wall and slam into this locker here, and is dead.
Rest in pieces.
Yeah.
And now the plan is obviously to return to Flounder and say, hey, I killed your boss, so you are the real doctor now.
Yes. In fact, actually, I am your boss now. You
I
work-
inherited it.
Give
Highlander
me the
rules.
lab coat. Your patient is my patient now.
All right. You still have an action. If you want, you could use it to dash to get even farther into the room. But
Then I fucking shall.
okay, it's another 30 feet. You just heading straight for the door?
Yeah. Well, like, very much like keeping, like, half turned back, like,
Yeah, running
come
back.
on, I'm
Like, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. But yes, just gonna, go for it.
Okay. Excellent. Then that is going to be the hospital stalkers, and not Dr. Cho on deck because he's dead. All right. Let me see.
Also, Patrick, how much longer do you think we'll be going on? / Ellie, do you have any obligations?
Depends on you guys. I think if we're, we probably want to stop session at probably like 7:30 to 8 our time, and maybe you could run down and put the pie in.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, and we'll stop there kind of regardless of whether we're still in this battle or whether we're escaping or what.
So it's about another hour, potentially hour and a half. For
About
the
another
Aussies.
hour, potentially hour and a half. Yes.
That's what I said.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Okay, this hospital stalker runs up behind Andy in her blind spot and is going to make its 3 attacks.
Its claws shatter upon Andy's guns.
Yeah.
Shatters
Fun
on
manifesting.
rock hard abs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember how the stalkers have, like, their legendary defense? So does Andy.
Yeah. She flexes just the once. Sends
Yeah.
out a sound wave that shatters everything.
Okay, that slash is a hit for 10 damage to Andy.
How do you know if it's a hit? Yeah,
Because
you do
it
know
does
her
have a-
armor. Oh,
It's
yes,
13
yes.
and I have her armor class.
I suppose, yeah, alright. So how much is that? A 10?
Yep, 10 damage.
Yep.
And then the tentacle attack, which is a 19 to hit, so that hits.
Good thing Andy's a fucking tank.
That is... Wow, that was a very poor damage roll, but that is 7 damage. And May is now grappled. I mean, Andy is now grappled. The stalker only has one arm free as it kind of like wraps around and around her, claws sinking into her stomach. And Andy goes, "No, my abs!" I'm so proud of those. I get all of my tank tops just a little too short, so that kind of rides up and you can see them. Okay, that's that one. Fish made sudden movements, so invisible hospital stalker is going to come over this way and attack Fish.
Fuck off. No.
So that is yeah, it's going to be advantage because it was from invisibility. So we'll do advantage on the first strike, which is good because otherwise that would have fucking failed by a lot. Okay, that is 7 slashing damage to Fish as its talons sink into the meat of your leg, and then going to wrap you up with a tentacle. That is a.
Hold on, before you give me my second batch of damage, Fish makes their fourth wall-breaking joke of, what do my current hit points and AC have in common? They're both 11.
Oh god.
They're both 69.
Jesus.
No, they're not.
Alright, go on. Kill them.
It is poetic. In the same way that you did exactly enough damage to bring down Dr. Cho, did exactly enough damage to bring down Fish, as you
Classic.
get swiped with this tentacle and you are out.
And Cal's like, maybe not as competent. Maybe
Yeah.
dabbing at a point. Maybe everything's gonna be.
Yeah. The world makes sense again.
Yeah, so I'm gonna conceptualize this as Fish is like hurrying on and turning back, and then suddenly it's like smack and just down on the
runs
fucking
into
floor.
Clothesline.
Bam.
Yeah.
Runs into
Yeah.
him.
It's like,
Fish is also restrained. You know from the hospital that the stalkers like to kind of drag their prey somewhere and feast on them, or at least tear them up. So Fish may get some death saving throws because this thing will still focus on him. And the other hospital stalker, which is currently invisible but May can see, is going to, I think, sneak around this way because they're not cooperative in any way. Yeah, it's gonna do there and then that. Okay, cool. May can see that the hospital stalker repositioned to over here, but is invisible.
That works for her. As long as it's not between her and that box.
Yeah. There is a stalker between her and the box now, but it is it only has one
not paying
arm.
attention to her.
The other is wrapped around Fish. All right. That is the hospital stalker's turn. We now move to Cal with Chantilly on deck.
Cool. Yeah, Cal is gonna just make sure her skeleton is going still towards a gurney, picking that up to use as cover for people. And I think she will do her entire movement with having the ducked down so the gurney is giving her some coverage as the skeleton moves alongside her. And is like anybody else can come in and do that too.
Yeah, if anybody else wants cover, I guess I'll offer it. I will make this.
Make me a box.
I will make this like a big wall of cover as he turns it sideways and is going to run with it to protect people. So yeah, Skeleton is going to keep moving towards this way and has cover from anyone.
Yeah, he uses his yeah, what do you got? He has a movement action and bonus action, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he'll
Does
do
not
'cause-
have any bonus action attacks, I believe, but he
Yeah.
has not used an action to just flip over the gurney and grab it.
yeah, is the action is that a object interaction or an action to do that?
It's just an object interaction.
Okay, yeah, both he
I'm
and
making
Cal
it
will
essentially slow him a little bit because he's like pushing it along, but it didn't cost anything.
Yeah, okay, then I'll say both he and Cal use their action, bonus action, and movement to move as fully as possible, and I'll say the delay to move it is how Cal basically caught up to him.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense to me. If you told him to use it as a barricade and head towards the door, skeletons are not particularly smart, but they do have basic problem solving, so he's not going to try and squeeze the gurney between these tables. He's instead going to take the slightly longer way around.
Clever boy.
And
That a boy.
and Cal can use just bonus action dash to get right next to him and be in cover. You still have your action if you prefer.
Okay. How far away is Fish? 30 feet?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that I'd be able to get to Fish. Let me just double check I didn't change cure wounds at all. No, it's still touch. Stalker's still going. Okay, we'll use the action to do a shadow spear
Okay.
on Cal's not boyfriend. To rescue. Sorry. Well, I guess she could be dating the Shadow Stalker. I meant to avenge her not boyfriend.
Okay. Shadow Spear on Stalker 3 there. Give me that attack roll.
Listen, you can't engage with the stalker.
Yeah. I think it's 16.
16 hits. Roll damage.
Okay. Is my Skeleman flanking?
Your Skeleman is flanking you, not flanking Stalker.
All right.
If your
Just
Skeleman was
checking.
an enemy,
We can make him an enemy.
Maybe it will be. Okay, well that's not too bad. That is a 12 damage.
okay. 12 damage on Stalker number 3. That is a decent chunk of its health, still doing fine, but it sort of turns and hisses at you as it's trying to like drag Fish under this table.
What are you doing? I'm eating here.
Yeah. I don't bother
your
you
own
when you're
lunch.
eating. All right. I think that's your turn, unless there's anything else you can think of.
Nope, that's it.
Then that is Chantilly with Andy on deck. Chantilly is still very cautious around Stalker 1, but Andy is attacked, so she is going to go over. I know what she's going to do. She is going to do another Scorching Ray, and she is going to upcast it a couple of times. So let's do a Scorching Ray with let's say 6 rays. I'll use the maximum.
Andy said one kind of nice thing to her, and she was like, I
And
guess
now
we're
I'll
best friends.
die for you.
They are friends and allies as much as they don't like actually enjoy each other's company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just that Andy acknowledged it verbally, which is a lot.
That is a
Very
big
powerful.
Step. That is a big step in their relationship. Okay, that is a miss and a hit. That one.
Andy Chantilly, the real rare pair.
So, Beach. Oh my god. Chantilly is so cool compared to Metal, and she rolled so well. She rolled, I should say, so poorly. So even though that is super powerful, there is a wave of flame. So much fire shoots out of her hands at both Stalker 1 and Stalker 2. Unfortunately, most of them miss. So let me roll damage for those. Okay, first one. Oh, you know what? That's decently high. That's a 12 on the one that's holding Andy. Also a big hit for that. And then, because it is still primed, that is a 13 for Stalker 1. He's looking fairly injured at this point, to be honest. Not down, but fucked up. And then in the embarrassment, I think, of fucking up a bunch of missing a bunch of those spells, I am going to see what she can do instead. Make up for that.
Well, don't try and fire a gun, because that never
Yeah.
goes well.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do 2 sorcery points, so that could be a bonus action, and then she'll do a cantrip action. Because I redid this, I set up this character sheet so much better than Madison did, and I love how easy it is to navigate. Because, God, does Metal have a fuckload of spells.
Is this the first name drop since the disappearance? Yep, okay.
I don't care. Hey, listen to this, Madison. We hate you. Jesus Christ, what a fuck up.
Now you can't say it the third time because then like Beetlejuice.
No, you have to disengage, Patrick! You have to disengage!
I'll do it. I'll do it. If it summons her, that just means I get to fight her in person. Yeah. She will, because she feels bad that she fucked up oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Alright.
This is really fascinating commentary.
Yeah. No, I just
Patrick,
realized
you're
something.
doing
I'll
the
tell you in a
fucking
minute.
camp audio.
I just realized something. I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, cool. I forgot that the hospital stalkers are vulnerable to fire damage, so Chantilly has been fucking obliterating these things. Stalker 1 is almost dead, and the one holding Andy is very fucked up. And they are screaming, so she's gonna do a firebolt on the one that's holding Andy. Hits for 2d10 minus 2. That is 19, 17 damage. The one holding Andy... Oh, no, it's 17 damage before vulnerability to fire damage.
Jeez.
So that is 30-something damage, which kills Hospital Stalker 3, and sorry, Hospital Soccer 2, I should say. Yeah, Andy rather is freed immediately as this thing just like burns to death.
And tragically for Chantilly, because May is now in the vicinity, Andy doesn't even look at her.
Oh.
Yeah, sad.
What about Bessie's for the resties?
Yeah, I know, right?
So, you know.
But hey, when it comes to fucking with Cal and Fish, May doesn't even know what's going on, so
Yeah.
it'll come back.
Yeah, Chantilly takes another step forward, still kind of like looking back and keeping an eye on Stalker 1 so that it doesn't, rush you guys.
If it knows what's good for it, it's gonna stay on that fucking table.
It's gonna stay on that fucking table. That's her turn. It's also near dead. That is Andy's turn with May on deck.
Yep, Andy's going to move up from behind cover and take a pot shot. Oh, actually, sorry, Patrick, what's the, the range it has to be in for her not to get disadvantage?
It as long as it is not within 15 feet. That
15,
is the
okay, that's
range
fine
of
then.
your rifle, just because
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
perfectly fine.
weapon. Yeah.
Yep. Andy's going to move out to here. And then take a shot at Stalker 3.
Sounds good. Trying to save Fish.
Not trying to clear any, potential enemies.
Okay.
She's not, she, sees Fish dead and she's like, well, that's not my problem.
Yep. The Stalker 3 is under the table, so it's in a little bit of cover. It's in half cover, so you will need to
My God.
use your curving bullets.
Okay.
Unless you
turns to-
want it to get that extra bonus.
And he turns to Cal and is like, I bet you're gonna revive them. And Cal's like, no, I can't do it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, 100%. 100%. As she, moves up behind cover over her shoulder, she's like, oh, I'll leave the job of taking care of them to you then, cleric. And is going to take a magic winged shot at under the table nasty little guy.
Okay. Roll that attack roll.
Okay, that is a 13.
Okay. A 13 total, that's including your plus 10.
Yeah, low roll for her, alas.
Okay.
Does it hit?
It does not. It is just too low. They have an AC of 14. So you wing off this big shot. It whips under the table. The creature kind of pulls Fish in front of it a little bit to get some cover, and it just misses, unfortunately. So it wings off and hits the table instead.
Oh. If she kills it, she kills it.
As dead fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, take off a death save for free.
All right. That was your movement and action. Any bonus actions?
Nope. With running past nasty little guy Stalker 3, if May goes straight across it like this, because I assume it is facing away from her, will she get an opportunity attack?
Will May get an opportunity attack?
As in, will May be vulnerable to one?
Oh, May will be vulnerable to an opportunity attack if she runs straight through here, yes.
Yeah, fuck it, she'll do it anyway.
Okay.
She's got places to be. So yeah, she's doing a dash action.
Okay, let's do your full movement. And then big dash. You get to here before you leave its threatened area, and therefore it is triggered.
No, I don't want him moving down. I want him here. Oh.
Right. Okay, then this would be the soonest time you leave.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're going to the box, right.
Oh my
okay.
God, why is it? There we go.
Then it is going to take an opportunity attack at you. It only has one free tentacle, and it slashes as its opportunity attack. So, can't restrain you at least. But that is a 18 to hit. So that hits. That is 6 slashing damage.
Ah, that's nothing. That's a graze. 'Tis but a flesh wound, my lord.
You do like a really really Spinner-worthy like vault over as it just kind of like
Hell yeah.
scrapes your leg as you jump past. Okay. Bonus actions.
No, because she would need to load the. You know what? She'll load the blunderbuss as she can.
Okay. Sounds good. Your stuff was hooked up under the gurney, as I described before. So I will say,
shit,
just
right.
as a free object interaction, you kind of grabbed it when you
Thank you.
woke up.
Thank you
and
very
Fish is
much.
over. Yeah. I could make you go over to Cal's skeleton and get it from right there, as Cal is like, this is all of May's shit. But no, I'll just say you grabbed it. Yeah. Load the blunderbuss. You got it.
Yeah.
Then that is the top of the round, which means I need to make another roll before we get to Fish. And that does happen. As Fish is getting dragged away, you can hear some sounds in the hallway. You can hear the sounds yet, you can't see them yet, but it sounds like people are coming this direction. And then that is Fish at the top of the round with the hospital stalkers on deck. Give me that death saving throw and send it to me privately.
Yeah.
That's good or bad. Only one or the other.
Huh,
There would
alright.
be more shock if it was
Wow,
really
okay.
good. So
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Alright, cool. I gotcha.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Fish
Well, Cal's
is
right there.
Yeah, Cal is right there, which means you get to witness. And as May looks back, just a little bit as she gets grazed as she's running past, Fish is getting dragged under this table, just boneless, being slopped around, being brought closer to the gnashing teeth. As then Fish goes, oh, and just kind of grabs the table edge and goes, what the fuck? Ah! As Fish is alive with 1 hit point on that
Another nat
fifth
20.
nat 20.
The fifth nat 20.
What? I was like, am I
Those
having
dice.
fucking
Those
pump?
dice.
They're the
Where's Ashton
ones.
Kutcher?
They're the chosen one. They're Neo.
This is their dad being like, you did a good thing today, kid. Here's
Yes.
that money.
Fingers on the scales.
Also, I want you to look good in front of Cal.
When I said grandchildren, I meant now.
Knee
Okay,
deep
you are-
in the bush.
Yeah.
No, disengage.
You are alive at the start of your turn, which means you get your full turn. So you are currently prone and grappled. You need to give me either a athletic or acrobatics check first thing to try to get out of it, if you want to get
Okay.
out of it. But
From-
yeah,
From a grappled position, we can still do blasphemous darts, though, right?
absolutely you can.
Okay, so it's gonna be like, what the fuck? Pew pew.
Yep.
Okay. So, first dart does 3 damage.
Yep.
Second dart does 5. Third does 8. Is
Okay.
it dead?
16 damage?
Enemy.
No. This one is still doing kind of okay. It is very fucked up though now.
Okay, well, good enough. That's still fine. Shoot first, and now we're gonna struggle to get up.
Yeah.
That's Fish's priority.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics check.
Mm-hmm. That's 12.
That is probably not going to do it unless they roll really low, which they did, but is still probably not going to do it. That is a 17. They have a +10 to acrobatics as they are these weird, wormy little boys.
Jeez.
Yep.
Yes, you are still getting dragged under the table even though you shot this thing in the face.
Whatever, they got a shot off. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. All good. That is going to be the stalkers with Cow on deck. Okay, first things first. Keep throwing these around. Okay.
Since it is no longer private business, I will simply just have this for all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. The dice tell a story.
I tell the story, and the story is.
But what
that
story is it?
Fish's dad wants grandkids.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Zeke. I was talking to Zeke and found out about the sterility thing, so it's really on you, son.
I forgot May had slightly more movement afterwards. She would have actually gotten to hear once she douged.
John is just checking and being like, can Cal see? Yeah, not 20. Can't see? I don't care.
The Stalker 1 is going to get up, crawl over here to the body of Dr. Cho and eat it.
Yum.
Let's
There you go.
see.
Get that bread.
Waste not, want not.
Yeah. Circular fucking ecology. Let's do it.
I know. I like May being like, yeah, and then Andy's like, that makes sense, and Chantilly's like,
That's so gross. Okay.
Cal's like, isn't he a vampire? He was already dead. Calm the fuck down.
That is healed for 13 points of damage, and then is going to use the rest of its movement, and then go invisible.
To everyone except May.
To everyone except me.
Huzzah!
All right. Number 4 is going to be here. Since May is able to see them from that angle, they are here, having climbed up the wall quite a bit, and seem to be kind of waiting for Chantilly to come close or Andy to back up, kind of in an ambush posture, holding an action. Then number 3 is well, Fish is conscious again, and May just moved out of range.
You did. Bye, Fish.
Yeah, I think it's going to attack Fish again.
Yeah.
Back to tradition.
That is, well, it doesn't matter. Those are both hits. Fish is dead again.
Yeah.
John
With
is
1
like,
HP,
"Son."
I'm shocked.
And it's also going to drag Fish a little bit closer, and it is going to move slightly so that it could theoretically get May next turn if May doesn't move.
Greedy!
Yeah.
To accept
We're gonna
what
get
you have.
We're gonna get a tummy ache. Don't overeat.
That is, yeah, that's the end of them. That is, Cal's turn with Chantilly on deck, and yeah.
John's like, well, I mean, I still want her to heal them.
Yeah, I do like saying that.
Cal and Dr. Skellebones are going to move up towards Fish.
Okay.
I can't remember, can you go straight to Cure Wounds without having to do a,
Yes.
Right.
You don't have to get Fish alive, you can just cure the wounds and they get alive that way.
I will do a Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Alright, let me roll.
Here. Do you want the skeleton holding the gurney between you and Stalker 3? Or do you want to hold it like against the room at large? Or against Andy? Where do you want to be protected from?
I will protect from Stalker 3. I also think that, honestly, Skellebones would do that by instinct, based on previous orders.
Okay, give me that Cure Wounds roll.
Skellebones would be like, do you want me to protect this one mistress? And she's like, shut the fuck up. Not you too. And he's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I just came to existence like 3 seconds ago. Not too great, but that's a 6.
Okay. So 6 points of healing to Fish. Fish is awake once again and restrained and being dragged across the floor. Kind of catching on a... I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same goddamn image. Wake up kind of like right next to a gurney, being dragged across the floor like, what happened? I remember Dad was there. He said, grandkids.
This is shaking me. Get up!
No, you know what it is? You hear drums and you see your dad over you and shaking you going, get up. And then it morphs into Cal in the real world. He's like, get up.
And Fish is like, no, that's weird!
Okay, and then with my action, so with my bonus action, I'll Shadow Wave.
Hospital Stalker 3?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you technically have a little bit of movement left if you want it. But otherwise, yeah, let's do that. What is it? Intelligence saving throw?
Wisdom.
Wisdom saving throw. All right. These things have okay wisdom.
Yeah, I remember that from before. It's kind of the only thing I can do.
Intelligence, the ones with insane.
They got a 13. What was the...
It's a 15.
15. Okay, cool. Absolutely fails. Do your damage.
Now I'm flanked.
Now you have a conscious Fish, even though it's restrained. You got a Skella Soldier, and you got May. You are definitely get sneak attack.
Thank you.
Also, like, just waking up from being dead. She's like, there's a fucking skeleton behind you.
Can't look out! Denier, look out! It's here to steal your bones! I was having a dream.
Yeah, Cal's just like, yes, whatever you're saying. Move! Get out of my way! Grabbing a fuck ton of D6s. Gotta get the nice little sewing one. That's 6 D6, right? Plus 3 D6, and it is usually... Yeah, 6. Okay. 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15 damage?
Very nice.
That's a pretty low roll for that many dice.
Yeah, no, I got like 3 nat one or 3 ones.
Okay. 15 damage is a pretty large amount of damage to it. It seems like it's kind of on its last legs. All right. That is Chantilly with the Bayou 2 operatives on deck. All right. She doesn't want to get left behind, so she is probably going to not want to run like right to Andy, but kind of run past her, which fortunately helps her avoid the hospital stalker lying in wait
Chantilly
for her.
coming up like, "Hi, bestie," and Andy's like, "Who are you?"
Who are you? And then she's gonna keep running forward because she's was in the back of the pack, and she'll be right here and
Right in the line of fire.
she'll probably try to kill the hospital stalker right now. Yeah, no, she'll probably just throw a frostbite on it. No, because she knows it's weak to fire damage, so she'll do a fire whip.
Where there's a fire whip.
And misses.
There's a fire whip.
The in order to snake around Fish and Cal and the gurney especially, the fire whip hits right in front of the stalker and the table starts smoldering. And that's gonna be her turn.
Chantilly being the one who like keeps a joke going even when it's not like appropriate. She's like, "I want to get a room."
Oh, she would. She really would. All right. That is the operatives with Andy on deck. The operatives are going to head into the room, responding to the alarm. And once they get here, they are going to see that there is people and violence and weird monsters released. So they are going to run into cover over here. Number 2 is going to do a hide as a bonus action, and then fire with the gun. Yep, stealth is high enough to beat people's passive perception. So then 2 shots with a handgun, first with a potential sneak attack. Or no, because it's part of 1 attack. No, it is part of 2 attacks. Okay, that's how that works. That is a 17 to hit Chantilly, which hits. And that is going to be...
Bye, girl.
yeah, I mean, maybe.
Let us stay here with Dr. Cho, who she loves so dearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be 15 points of damage to Chantilly from the first shot. She has not been hurt yet this battle, so that's fine. And then the second attack on her just does not have advantage. Still hits. For 8 points of damage. As they bust the door open, 2 shots into Chantilly, clipping her, and as they duck into cover, number 1 is going to come around and do the same thing in this barrel. Hyde beats passive perception for... What's May's passive perception?
+9.
+9?
Yep. Oh no, sorry,
Okay.
it's like her perception.
No, like,
whatever.
no, like,
Level.
her perception is +9, then yeah, it's +9.
Yeah.
+9?
Yeah.
Christ. Okay. Yeah, you actually beat this guy's stealth, and he does not get a sneak attack on you. Okay.
Get
Which
fucking
means he doesn't
wrecked.
get advantage either. That is a hit. And that is a miss for 11 damage to May as he takes 2 shots, and one goes winging off past May's head, shattering a bunch of bottles on the table. 3 and 4 stay in the door, but the door is pushed open, so they have some cover. And they seem to have trank guns. They are going to swing out and take, I think, the hospital stalker and Chantilly as being the first, most immediate things. So that is going to be first guy. Hide is bonus action. No. Yes. So that one has advantage, but that one does not. 2. Hit. And a nat 20. And advantage.
Chantilly might be down with a nat 20 to hit.
It is a tranquilizer gun rather than a handgun.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. That is a hit. That with
Cal and Fish are like, Andy, do you want to go pick up your friend? And she's like, who?
Yeah. Andy doesn't
Actually,
even look
Where?
at you.
hold on, Patrick. Since the Cal, Fish, Andy, and Chantilly are still all in soldier uniforms, shouldn't it?
Ooh.
That's a really good point.
Shouldn't they
That's
have?
Be a
Good
little
point.
hesitant? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that is a good point. Okay.
The one going for May, that makes sense, but
Yeah,
Hmm.
no, the one's going for May, which means Operative 2 would probably also be shooting at May, and both tranquilizers would be going at the stalker. Actually, no. Number 4 would be going... No, Cal's wearing a uniform too. Yeah, they'd both be going for
Yeah.
the stalker.
All four of them.
So...
Minus May.
and their friend the skeleton.
Those were still hits on May's armor class. But his stealth was... Oh, it was like a 21, so it was still high enough for May. So yeah, we'll just take all of Chantilly's damage and move to May.
Which
You're
is
welcome,
how much
Ellie.
again?
So that
Thanks, guys. Really
is
appreciate it.
23 damage to May.
Cool.
And yeah, they would all of that focus, including the nat 20, would be on Stalker 3. So Stalker 3 takes from the first guy with that nat 20 3 points of damage. And then it has to make some con saving throws. Fail and fail. You see darts into Stalker 3 as it gets pushed full of tranquilizer, it immediately seems to start slowing. With that, with 2 hits, its speed is reduced by 20 feet. And then the second, the next operative, which got 1 hit with sneak attack, but it doesn't want to do sneak attack because it wants to catch these things alive. That's why they have the tranquilizer guns. Then that is going to be on saving throw. Absolutely fails by a lot. And the hospital stalker has and the hospital stalker is unconscious. Yeah, cool. The hospital stalker just completely passes out as it gets entirely full of trank drugs. And they think they have saved their good friend, Fish Soldier.
Wonderful. And how's May doing for health, Ellie?
She's like 2/3 gone, so.
Okay.
It's her turn now, so.
Well, no, it's Andy's turn with May on deck.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Andy's turn. Yeah.
Your double turn.
Yeah. Well, Andy has no such hesitations about trying to do this guy's bullshit here because they are in the way. He is going to immediately. The ones with the trait guns, they're behind cover now, aren't they? Like entirely.
All of them are behind cover. The guys with the trank guns have half cover, and the guys in the barrels have quarter cover.
Yeah, okay.
Or sorry, no. Half for the barrels guys, 3/4 for the tranquilize.
Yep. Andy will use another special bullet on an Op 1.
Take that shot.
That's a 23.
Okay. 23 absolutely hits. Roll damage for me.
I would hope so. And that is a 13.
Okay. I think with your magic bullets, instead of like curving around the barrel, it just like wings up into a weak spot and just goes through the barrel right into his shoulder.
Nice.
So yeah, 13 damage is a not inconsiderable amount of damage for the operatives. He looks okay.
Andy, you fool. Andy, you fool. Now that they're going to put into question whether you can trust everyone who's in a uniform.
Not if they don't make it out of this room alive.
Yep.
That's probably what Andy's thinking.
That's
yes,
absolutely
this is...
Andy's plan.
Fish immediately goes, "We're not with her!"
We're not with her! That it was a decent chunk of that operative's health. If you want to give me like a medicine check or something, you can try and figure out about how much it was.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, now what's Andy's medicine? It is... That's not bad, that's a 17.
Okay. With a 17, this guy is like free bleeding, and you see that the blood is like coagulating faster than it should have because he's altered, but he still lost a ton of blood all over the floor around him. You think you took off about 1/3 of his health with that shot.
Alright. She is going to then... would she get more cover from here?
Yes, absolutely.
Or, okay, yep. Then she's then ducked behind that.
Oh, she would get, if you're talking about behind the table, she would get 3/4 cover behind the fridge and half cover behind the table.
Oh, behind the fridge then.
You got it. All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Any bonus actions or anything?
Nah.
And he's like, I don't need a second wind. May's the chump who didn't take that skill. Oh no, May does have that.
Wind.
Yeah, May does have second. She's got a little bit of healing.
Which she will use. Yeah.
It's not as strong as Andy's is.
No.
Okay, yeah, that is May's turn with the top of the round and Fish on deck.
Yep, well, May's going to go straight for the box, and I am surely imploring you that would have a free object description to pick it up and put it with her pack.
Yeah, but there's gonna be a stalker like sitting right on the crate, being like, "Hey, May, what's up?"
She'd be able to see it. She'd be able to
I
see
know.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, invisibility. Yeah, you run up. That doesn't even require a double movement. You take the box. You try to shove the whole box in your pack.
Yep.
Okay. The box itself, because of the object that is contained within it, is like weirdly long. It's like 4 feet long or something like that. So it takes a moment to just like make room.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. But
Yeah.
you get it in there, and you don't open it, you don't check it or anything like that. You grab the box and you're going.
I don't like the way you said it. She
I just
saw
say things.
Jonas, but she saw Jonas put it in, like she knows it's. Isn't that what you imply? Like she saw what he put in there?
You watched a soldier under Jonas's control place it in the box and close it, and as you pick it up, it feels like there's something inside.
And that'll have to do. And now May is going to take 2 shots at a one with her actual action. Okay, now I know I ask this every time. Her shooting both guns, it doesn't count as a bonus because they're both light. One of them is a bonus.
It is a action bonus action.
Okay, so she wouldn't be able to do second wind, is my question, if she
No,
took 2 shots.
You would not be able to do second wind. She can shoot once and do second wind, or she can shoot twice.
Okay, maybe in that case, she's gonna fucking
If it affects your
blast.
reasoning, because you moved the angle that Op 1 is at, he does not have cover from you.
No, I think she's gonna do upcast overload, so that's more likely to get some solid damage. Okay. Yep. Let me do my spell points before I forget. You've got to do an intelligence save for Patrick.
Okay. And the spell save DC is what?
Oh yeah, 16.
16. Oh my god. Just made it with a 15 plus 1.
Woo! Cool, so I got it? Is what you're saying? Good.
No,
Good,
you
good,
would
good.
know.
Oh.
He succeeded. He saved. You meet it, you beat it.
Beats it.
Yeah.
Great.
If you had
Okay,
rolled
well,
one
that-
lower, you would have succeeded.
Do you have anything you can do for a modification?
Not to him.
Okay.
Only to my own stuff. In that case, May uses wind.
I mean,
You don't have silvery barbs?
yeah, you have silvery barbs.
Well, I don't know if I have enough to. Hold on, give me a sec. Can't remember how much silvery barbs is. Yeah, no, okay, she'll use it. That's all the
Okay.
spell points, though.
Silvery barbs. He's got to
Mhm.
roll again, and it takes whichever one is lower. Boop.
Yeah.
Much lower. Absolutely fails.
Thank Christ. Okay.
Um,
That one.
remember, you also have to choose a creature, including yourself, that you can.
It's
That's
gonna be me.
within 60 feet.
It's gonna be
Okay.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you have the ability to give yourself
Thanks, Hank.
advantage on the next roll.
I like it.
All right.
I had the same thought.
It's gonna be my.
19, 23. Now, can I use Flash of Genius to add to a damage? No.
I don't believe
It's
so.
ability check or saving. That's 23 damage then.
23 damage. Operative 1 is almost entirely dead.
Cool. And then she's going to use her second.
Second wind.
I was looking at. Yes.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've had to use it. D10 plus. Please, God, let it be a good roll. Jesus. Oh,
Ellie did.
it was a good roll indeed. That's a 10.
Okay. What's that? 12 hit points back? Something like that?
No, 10 all is what she gets back.
Okay. No, you get 11.
No, as in she rolled a 9.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes, yeah.
All right, 10 hit points back. Not a small amount.
No.
Then that is your turn. It is Fish with the stalkers on deck.
All right. To the operatives who have come in, we really earlier we nailed that performance, and so really it's going to be a matter of like, oh yeah, thanks guys for coming on in. We're injured here. We gotta go on out. Oh, Andy, that one you can kill her, but we're all cool. So very much just trying to communicate in like dragging themselves and Cal and I guess the fucking skeleton, and just being like, we'll just go through that door that you just came through because you guys are the ones who are taking over for this room, right? And just attempting to communicate that.
Give me a performance roll then. Yeah, non-verbally once again.
It can be done.
Time of the century. Yeah.
It can be done.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was so close to being the sixth nat 20 of the day. Instead that's 16.
Only a 16.
16 for these guys.
But it could have been a 28.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. Just
Mm.
take a picture of this to put in the chat. This genuinely did happen. I was not trying to set this up. I threw it to roll in my dice tower, and this is what happened. Okay. The soldiers are looking between you and Andy, who has fired off a shot. Maybe pulled has the face mask pulled up to get a good view of through the scope, so they can see that is not an altered person. Like
That's
they
that
are.
lady's twin sister. We have
Yeah,
nothing
and-
to do with that.
And Fisher's
She's
of course
behind
flipped
three-quarters
back
cover.
down.
Yeah.
Fisher's flipped back down. What the fuck, dude?
Yes.
What?
I did like a flick of the wrist to like toss it, and it just landed perfectly on the edge of my dice tower and sat there.
My god. Okay. Fisher's cover flicked back down when Stalker 3 killed them to the floor.
Yeah.
So
You're telling me that Andy, who is behind 3/4 cover, gun raised in front of her face, they are able to see from 50 feet.
Well, they watched Andy shoot their friend.
Yeah, but they're able to see from like that distance that she's actually human.
Well, she did duck behind cover after shooting, so they may have seen it for like just a moment. It's just one piece of evidence and mounting evidence. What I'm saying is, they got a 4 on their insight check against Fish. So the nonverbal speaking did succeed, and especially because Fish is injured, they are wanting to kind of get Fish out of there to retreat. You can see the 16 has not sold them on the skeleton carrying the gurney by any means.
We can leave them behind.
They look very confused by that, but they're motioning, like the ones inside the door are like motioning you to get out there and they can cover you as they've got their guns pointed at the stalker, at May, and at Andy.
okay. And now
And I should
how do
also
we
say you are prone because you got dragged to the ground, but because Stalker 3 is unconscious, you are not restrained anymore.
Okay, how do we communicate again without words? Don't kill May. Just we need that one alive. just
Interpretive dance, obviously.
We get the skeleton to take his gurney over to May and be like, get back on, please.
Yeah, I think that would be stretching a 16, especially
Yeah.
non-verbally, and May has just almost killed one of them.
Be a good girl. Let us strap you back up. She's done. She just needed her box.
Okay,
She gets angry when
well,
she's not on her comfy bed.
this really sucks, but it's realistic to Fish, I guess. It's like, well, I'm hurt, and I've got Cal here, and May seemed fine because she ran away. So, yeah, let's take this opportunity to get the fuck out of here.
Okay. You use half your movement to stand up.
Yeah.
Okay. You got 15 feet of movement left. You just want to try to leave?
Yeah, with Cal and tow.
Okay. You got it. Unless you were gonna physically move Cal, she's gotta move
No,
on her own
not-
turn.
Not going to, but being like,
yeah.
alright, let's go.
You want to use your action to move again?
I mean, sure, yeah.
Yeah. You can't quite get out, but you can kind of like take cover by the door.
Okay,
and
so
they-
it's like, hey guys, oh my god, thank you
Yeah.
so much for
You-
getting me
you
out
give
of
them,
here.
you give them a nod and sort of like lift magic hands towards May of like, I'll fight the bad person too.
Yeah.
All right, that is the hospital stalker's turn. May, of course, can see invisibility, but Andy doesn't have that active.
No, she doesn't.
So Andy, of course, does not see the stalker that attacks her from right above her head. I showed May that it was hiding over there.
Oh yeah, you did. That felt like years ago.
Yeah. It was just so funny watching it just pop up on Alphabet. It was like, hey!
What's up?
That was like 5 years ago. Jesus. Yeah.
No, it was 5 years ago. That's true. That is a God math. 15 to hit, Andy. Does that hit?
Barely.
Barely. Okay.
Hang on. Yeah.
Still a hit then. And then
There was a brief feature in which Andy might have been able to.
In
No
which
longer.
you might have been able to.
Be like no longer as awful and maybe even active help.
Yeah.
No
maybe.
longer.
No! Never happening.
And the second tentacle attack hits. So let's roll some damage then.
She was born a disgusting shit girl, and she'll die a disgusting shit girl.
Yeah, this
In
is what she gets
parentheses,
for
affectionate.
somewhat
but,
trying
like-
help. Well, Jonas, you're gonna get a very willing person very
Yeah.
shortly.
That is 21 points of damage to Andy, and Andy is now restrained.
Also, it's actually funny because Andy looked at Fish and Cal was like, please help. Cal and Fish are unfortunately good enough people that they'd be like, ugh, okay. But
Yeah.
her pride would not allow that.
Yes.
No, definitely not.
Yeah,
Okay.
even though
moment-
you made fun of us all those times,
Yeah.
we'd still help you if you asked, but you're not gonna
And
ask.
that's a weakness.
Yeah.
That's a weakness. The moment Fish stepped down and was like, oh, I'm on your side. Like, she was like, oh, you're a fucking pathetic coward. And then if they were not only going to do that, and then actually be like, no, we actually are bad, I'm going to go back and help this, she would be like, and inconsistent. Amazing.
Yeah. No, it's true.
And Fish would be like, those are the bare basics of me. Like, what is Flounder if not that?
Cowardly and inconsistent.
It's kind of behind her, but I will say that, just with sea invisibility, May can see that Stalker 1 has moved over here and is hiding. This is the one that is severely fucked up. It
Yeah.
doesn't really look like it necessarily wants to
Oh.
cause trouble, but it is certainly close enough to. It is almost dead. Actually, it healed a little bit from eating Dr. Cho, but it is here, and you know it's here. Then, as Andy is getting wrapped up and strangled by the stalker, getting scratched, slammed against the back of the fridge, and kind of like noosed up the wall a little bit, she has the perfect view to watch Stalker 2 start to twitch, roll over, and start scuttling after the others as it has revived itself.
Oh, I don't like that.
Dr. Cho start to twitch, flap his wings, and fly up to the ceiling to recover.
Patrick, we were supposed to be stopping about now.
Yeah. I did say if we were still, doing the battle or whatever, maybe. Yeah. May overheard the Abomination saying that he had unlocked something in these creatures closer to what he's been seeking, and that is that the creatures you killed have been secretly making death saving throws, and on their first success, they have revived themselves with half health. They are fucking disgusting looking monstrous things. Like Stalker 2 is absolutely covered in like burnt skin that's like flaking off, exposing like exposed muscle. Dr. Cho like is missing most of his face, but they are alive again.
So, like,
incredibly,
did you want us to go back where we came? Like, or did you actually? What did you want us to do?
Oh no,
Because you did
genuinely,
make a
I was
big
leaving.
deal.
I was leaving it up to you. I had these guys hidden here, and I was like, if you make it through this door, that was kind of your last challenge, and I'll just do like a stealth check for getting out. But if you go
Okay.
this way, I'll do like 2 or 3 encounters where you potentially fight more soldiers.
Jesus.
But yes, I was actually surprised because this was the last death saving throw for both Stalker 2 and the Dr. Cho Beast.
Cool.
If it had not made it on this, they would have been permanently dead. So I was like, maybe I make this power and just they never find out because it failed.
That'd be funny, but no.
It would be funny. And so I believe in our next session we will start at the top of the round with Cal, unless you want to try and hustle through the end of this round of combat.
I'm fine too.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, then it is
Put it in the
Cal's.
oven, so it's fine.
Okay. You didn't put it in the oven, or you did?
I did, but it's on a timer.
Gotcha. Then that is Cal with Chantilly on deck.
Having turned around and seeing the stalkers revive, I'm thinking is probably going to be like, well, the priority was May.
Yep.
And tell her skeleton, stay behind, assist Chantilly and Andy as long as you're up. And then it's just going to calmly walk over to May in a very like, come on here, prisoner, you didn't escape.
Okay. Give me a performance or deception check.
Okay.
I'd say you get to about 30 feet out, not looking like you're too chummy with May yet.
Patrick, do you have my stats pulled up?
Yes. Are you not
what's my...
prepared for mission?
No, I just put my notebook down and I don't want to like make you guys wait to see where I put it down.
Yeah, what's up?
What's my performance versus deception?
Your performance is a +2, and your deception is a +2.
Cool, so either. I'll do deception. Just double check I didn't put anything on my bonus. Nope, okay. Well, we'll honor that. That was a nat one.
Oh.
I think with a nat 1, the soldiers are not like about to shoot you. I think you're like, I don't have Fish's physical acting. I need to speak. And so you just like speak out in like English with a little bit of Cantonese and just hope tone gets you through. And they're looking at you really suspiciously. They're not firing yet, but I think also May is a little bit like, so this is a reflection cow, and she's trying to take me down.
Yeah! Love that, yes.
Yeah, I think it just kind of sort of doesn't work.
Okay. And like May's like backing up.
Yeah.
Kel's like, fuck Christ. Well, I'll just
Okay, well, it helps your credibility for the soldiers.
Yeah. Kel's like, ugh. And then we'll, I think, just use her remaining movement to stand next to Fish about being like, well, we can make a stand together and try to watch this unfold while May decides what the fuck she's doing, I guess.
As you get close, you can see the soldiers start to like raise their guns a little bit hesitantly at you. Like, I'm not totally sure about you. And you're also walking past the like severely injured guy that's bleeding out. I think you know if you like healed him or pretended to heal him or at least like grabbed him and tried to drag him back to his buddies, they would trust you 100%. As it is, they might make you like flip up your mask or something.
Do these soldiers supposed to have magic?
You've never seen them do magic. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
they don't have it. You don't know.
Grabbing him is the safest option, I guess.
Yeah, Cal's like, again, the fucking Professor EE about them being like, ugh, and then she like steps towards them and they're like, she's like, grabs them by like the pant ankle and they're like,
Yeah. You have to like kick over the barrel he's hiding behind, and you start dragging him over this way. If you use your action to, oh no, you already dashed. So, actually, wait, is that how that works? Can you double dash? I don't believe so.
But-
I don't believe so. Let me double check. No, my God. You can double dash, so you can use your you could use your action to drag this guy like through the doorway, and get to safety.
I don't think Fish and Cal would go all the way to safety, but they're kind of like, okay.
Yeah, we're watching May. Like, we're not
Yeah.
just abandoning her.
But I think you can bring this guy to the gate and be like accepted.
You guys should go take him back. Go get him healed. We'll watch these
Get
lights.
this, push this guy over to them. Yeah. Probably take up a stance, hiding a little bit. Sounds
And they
good.
look at her and they're like, you're awfully short to be a stormtrooper.
Yeah, they say you're awfully short to be one of us. That is Chantilly's turn with the soldiers on deck, followed by Andy and May. Chantilly looks at Andy struggling and makes eye contact with her. Do you think Andy would ask for help with magical telephony?
No. Not while
Okay.
May's in the room.
Then I think Chantilly looks very nervously from Andy, the approaching stalkers. Oh, and I forgot to say that Skeleton moved over and is blocking the Stalker 2 right here with the gurney. Chantilly is looking at the Stalkers, glancing at May, looking at Fish and Cal retreating, and looking at Andy getting kind of strangled, and decides to come over and approach As she does so, she will then yeah, no, makes sense. Cool. All right. As she approaches the doorway, kind of shaking her head, going back to getting to safety with the others. That is true. Skeleton will help Andy regardless of what Andy wants because he's given orders. Chantilly approaches the soldiers to get to safety, and then no. As Metal Chantilly uses her new Flame Strike spell, her last 5 spell points, and using Meta Magic Careful Spell to keep Cow and Fish from getting hurt. She will create a where is my effect?
Begging you to turn off the sound effect.
But it's so fun. There's so much fire.
And that's why you don't have a cast, Ellie, because you can't sit through all the repeated sound effects.
I sure can't. It is not my idea of a good time.
Yep,
Oh
she can
boy.
get that guy in it too. So yeah, she just has to do Careful Spell on Cow. This entire area erupts in a pillar of fire. The ground breaks underneath. It goes all the way to the ceiling and out, cutting a hole into the roof as she yells and pours all of her magic into this. That is going to be
And then gets nat ones and all the rules.
a dexterity saving throw for these guys. One is functionally unconscious, so he's gonna get disadvantage. Fail, success, success, and then with disadvantage, fail. And then that's gonna be damage. Let me just get some dice together here. Bum, 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 bum. Gotta go into my bag, get more dice. Get more dice, get more dice. Bum, bum, bum. And one more. There we go. Cool. Everyone of these operatives in this area takes 25 damage, split between fire and radiant damage. The injured guy dies outright immediately. Op 2, the barrel explodes in front of him, and he dies immediately. Both 3 and 4 take half damage for a total of 12 damage. They're both not dead, pretty fucked up. As Chantilly is not abandoning May, but is choosing to deal with one threat all at once before going and helping. And both of those figures reeling and on fire. That is her action, and then her bonus action is a uh, bu- 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 is a no. I guess she'll use how do I want to do this? Yeah, okay. And then she will do a firebolt. No, she'll do an acid splash against both of these guys because it can hit both of them. So that's going to be a dexterity saving throw for them again. Unfortunately, they're very good at it. Fail and cocked. Success. So buddy number 3 here gets covered in acid and screams as you can hear his flesh bubbling as he takes an extra 10 points of damage. Once again, Metal is a powerhouse when she wants to be.
And she could have been.
And she could have been. With that, it is the soldier's turn with Andy on deck and May up after that. Number 3 is going to try to level a shot at Chantilly. Miss and hit. She hasn't taken any damage yet because that all went to May instead. And that is pretty low. So that's 4 damage for that one hit. And next guy, 2 attacks. Miss and hit. Shit. Okay, 8 damage. Metal looks totally fine. They're just kind of grazing her a little bit as they try to like beat the fire off of themselves. That is Andy's turn with May on deck.
Alright, how do I get out of a grapple again? It's a strength check.
If you want to use your action for a athletics or acrobatics check, and you could instead take the fish path of just like trying to get the rifle like up into this thing's face and pulling the trigger right next to you, or you know, some other attack.
If I try to shoot it, how does that work on grapple?
You would have disadvantage because it's so close.
Yeah, let's have a crack with shooting it. Which is more likely to get a good roll with shooting it anyway. Okay.
Meanwhile, after the pillar of fire has happened, I would just want to say that
and like it has cut through the ceiling into the second floor, and you can see that like the roof joists and part of the second floor is on fire.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fish and Cal make helmet eye contact, and it's very much a like I'll finish this guy off, you finish that guy off. Yeah.
As also, you know, you've seen Metal do this before, but the ground erupted into fire with Cal right in the middle of it, and then the fire goes away and it's untouched, and they're all burned to death. Yeah.
Which Fish takes note of, because, hey, I thought she wanted to kill us. This would have been the opportunity.
There's a time and a place.
That's a 17 to hit for me. For Andy, rather.
With disadvantage?
Yep, she has a plus
Absolutely.
10 to hit.
roll that damage.
That's not fucking bad at all. That's a 15.
Okay, 15 damage. This is unfortunately the only one who hasn't gotten damage yet this battle.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's still a big chunk off of its health.
And yeah, that's it for Andy because she can't do anything else.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, no bonus actions or anything like that.
No. And now
Okay.
May is going to run here. So I'm hoping gets kind of partial cover behind that chair. They're very perfectly placed in the chair.
From who? From the operatives? Okay.
Yeah.
She can also see, just remember that this stalker is here.
I'm glad you
and
reminded me because, yeah, never mind. She's.
may take an easy shot.
Yeah, she's going to move here instead.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then, seeing that Andy is getting got and feeling some measure of, well, I may have no idea what's going on, but she did leave when I gave her the opportunity all these years ago. I'm going to repay the favor, coincidentally, the best possible thing she was doing in her relationship with Andy, and is going to double sheet the Stalker 4 because she never used her blunderbuss last
true.
turn.
Give me
Yep.
the 2 attack rolls.
All right. That's not great. She's still disoriented. She can't add Flash of Genius to attack.
You
rolls
have
for
advantage
her
on
position.
one of these attacks because of
Do I?
your silver
I
bars.
do. Yes, I will use that now. That is better. That is a 17 to hit.
Okay, absolutely hits. And your second attack roll?
Yes. Please God, this be a good one. That's way better as well. That is a 24.
Okay, absolutely
be a
both
save.
hits. Let's roll damage for both of those. And do you want to be using any sort of special ammunition?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to use the walloping. Okay, so I'll do the. That's a 6. And
Okay,
then
6 damage.
Yep. Then sorry. Then the okay. Yeah. Give me a second. There's a few for this one. Even better. Okay, there's a 13 for the blunderbuss, and then you've got to do the DC 10 strength saving.
Okay, so it was the 6 and then 13 for the blunderbuss.
Yeah.
And that is that. This thing goes from decently fine to incredibly fucked up all at once.
Yep.
As you take a shot and then a big blunderbuss blow at it. And it is a strength save DC 10.
Yes, otherwise it gets knocked prone.
Okay, I will tell you, these things, not very strong. Mostly into that being little wormy boys. Mostly being squirmy wormies. DC 10, that is unfortunately a 12. Just makes it
well.
as it gets like rocked, and you can see almost gets loose, but it's got its claws in the wall. All right.
It's still alive though, I'm assuming. Tragically.
It's still alive. It's pretty close to dead.
Cool.
Then we will start next time at the top of the round with Fish, followed by the Stalkers, and then now live, Dr. Joe Beast. This is Mr. Beast signing off. This is actually Mr. Beast in this recording from YouTube. I am co-opting his likeness and name. If you have any checks from anything, send that to Mr. Beast at, and then we'll just include my address in the search bar there. Okay, let's cut the sound. And yeah, we're pausing mid battle, or kind of like end of battle, because you guys did very well. Yeah. Any last thoughts before we get Craig out of here?
Fun times.
Fun times. Fun times at the El Royale. Okay.